actually using all the resources that we have from Industrial Revolution 1. We have reached Industrial Revolution 4 today and kept on depleting the resources. Unfortunately, the worst is lying ahead of us. What we need to do is to take inspiration from this butterfly here. Yeah. So the mascot of this entire event is butterfly, and we all know that butterfly stands for transformation. Have you ever wondered behind this beautiful, colorful butterfly, which keeps flying in the shiny, beautiful world, what it has gone through? From egg to larva, to caterpillar, to chrysalis. It has had a very tough life. From a soupy, moldy solution, when a caterpillar eats leaves, its own eggs. Can we have the volume here?
You are the only person who can call this off. Call it off. The election is over. Call it off.
Josephine is fine. Just leave it. Just ask her not to. Okay. So from caterpillar, it eats its own shells. What caterpillar has inside is the growth cells. Now, those growth cells are responsible for giving out enzymes. Those enzymes they work like catalyst, which makes everything flexible. So what we need today is flexibility, to change our mindsets, to change our behavior. And the backbone for doing that is, the spine of holding that is with corporates. And that's why we talk about corporate sustainability. And that's why the company name is also Corp Stage, because that forms the spine for sustainability, which the corporates. What we need to do, we need to come together. We need to engage with the stakeholders and then make sure that we lead our world, our way to transformation. Forget about consumerism. The way we have spoiled ourselves, let's shred our leaves. Let's consider this as the autumn season to change our look, the leaves that we shred. Let's get a new world. Let's get a new form for ourselves. Let's take an oath today with this event to transform ourselves, to transform the world. Let's take the inspiration from this butterfly here. Thank you very much. I'm sorry about the video presentation. Thank you.
Thank you for those wonderful remarks to get us started, Dr. Kohli. And for our keynote speaker today, please welcome Mr. Alan Johnson, who's been serving as the president of the International Federation of Accountants since 2015. Today, he will be speaking about ESG and net zero. Mr. Johnson, please take it away.
Thank you very much. A very good morning to you all. Dr. Nisha Kohli, fellow speakers, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. My name is Alan Johnson, and I'm the president of the International Federation of Accountants. As the global voice of the accountancy profession, IFAC represents more than 3 million professional accountants through our 180 member organizations in 135 countries. We have a strong and vibrant profession, both in Singapore and right across Asia, which has been supporting the remarkable and economic social development of this region for many decades. I'm really sorry that I cannot be with you in Singapore, as I'm currently recovering from COVID. But it is a privilege to be invited to speak to you from Europe at such an important event, at such an important time. Early this week in Europe, temperatures exceeded 40 degrees Celsius for many places for the first time ever, including in London and in Paris. There has been little rainfall in most of Southern Europe this year, and fires are raging in France, Spain, Italy, Greece, Portugal, and Croatia, to name but a few. And we are still only in July. Of course, in Asia, you've also suffered terribly from rainstorms and other climatic conditions that have affected lives and livelihoods. So there are no clearer examples than these that we are facing a global catastrophe, and time is fast running out. So I will turn to the theme of my remarks, pathways to sustainable leadership, ESG and net zero. The meaning of sustainability is open to many interpretations. To some, it primarily evokes environmental protection. It is also often taken to mean other foundations of equitable, inclusive, and lasting economic growth. Some think foremost of the need for good governance in private and public institutions and organizations. Of course, no understanding of sustainability would be complete without the three ESG factors: environmental, social, and governance. And the UN 2030 Agenda for the Sustainable Development Goals is, for me, the most comprehensive framework for these issues. And on this point, it is quite eloquent. It says, and I quote, "The SDGs are integrated and indivisible and balance the three dimensions of sustainable development, which are economic, social, and environmental." It is, I'm sure, clear to everyone here at this World Summit that unless we address these three components together, particularly the social and governance dimensions, we will never be able to effectively address the environmental challenges we face everywhere. However, there is one dimension of sustainability that does stand out, because decisive climate action on a 2030 timeline is the common denominator for success in all three ESG factors. And conversely, the status quo will ensure the opposite. In his address to the world leaders at COP26 last November, the United Nations Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, puts the climate action in context. The 2020s, he said, is the critical decade. And he is right, because global warming beyond 1.5 degrees Celsius will mean irreversible environmental, economic, and social catastrophes. Sadly, greenhouse gas emissions through 2030 are already projected to greatly exceed that level. The critical decade has begun. In fact, we only have 3/4 of it left, and we have already reached 1.1 degrees of warming. So how we choose to spend the rest of the decade, and whether we're willing to find ways to meet the urgent demand for change, will decide our future and that of generations to come. In February of this year, the United Nations Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, or IPCC, released a new report on current and projected impacts of climate change on human life. And it frames climate action almost explicitly in terms of ESG factors. According to the report, climate-driven impacts on ecosystems made worse by pollution, by habitat destruction, and poor land use have caused very significant economic and livelihood losses around the world. Moreover, COVID-19 has generated new climate vulnerable populations, especially in urban areas. The IPCC goes on to highlight the dangers of maladaptation, which refers to climate action that produces even worse climate outcomes. It finds the source of the problem to be short-term, fragmented, and non-inclusive governance, planning, and implementation. And maladaptation is, in other words, a consequence of failing to capture the G in ESG. The report is not very hopeful, but it does offer some hope. Our outlook in the coming years, it says, is concentrated risk and concentrated action and opportunity. There are many opportunities for climate action to produce wider benefits across society. The IPCC noted, for example, the unmet needs for healthy, decent, affordable, and sustainable housing and infrastructure, which it calls a global opportunity to integrate inclusive adaptation strategies into economic and social development. And the IPCC writes that long-term planning will help to avoid and reverse maladaptation, build capacity for emergency response, and reduce risks to ecosystems and people. Everyone hopes our collective efforts to reduce emissions will be enough to stop runaway warming, but there is no guarantee. COP26 led to significant pledges for mitigation, including emissions reductions and forest protection. The summit agreement had a greater emphasis than past agreements on adaptation, which is crucial to the ability of the world to endure the terrible effects of the warming we have caused so far. But until they're implemented, agreements are only words. And it is unlikely that many of today's leaders, be they policymakers in governments or indeed business leaders, will be in power in 20 years and beyond, which is the time horizon for the most of the national commitments to greatly reduce or eliminate greenhouse gas emissions. So, if adaptation and mitigations are to succeed, then we all need to lead the world from commitments to implementation. Specific plans need to be made to cover every step of the process, from the first tree to be saved to the last tree to be planted. These plans need to have clear measures and targets that should be reported on regularly and transparently with credible independent verification. This must happen throughout society, in government, as well as private organizations, especially where public sector capacity is relatively low or where comparative public-private advantages can be leveraged for the common goal of sustainability. How we choose to spend the rest of the decade and whether we will find a way to meet the urgent need and demand for non-financial information will, I believe, decide our future as a profession and indeed as a society. Because for centuries, accounting has often been the language of business, of governments, of trade and capital markets. But in the 21st century, it has become clear that this language does not have all the grammar or vocabulary needed for the ecological, economic, and social crisis of climate change. Accountants have always played an important role in supporting the sustainable development of economies and societies. It is now time to expand that language and apply it urgently to create sustainable value. Why? Because we all live in an interconnected global village where the effects of climate change or poor social behavior or ineffective governance impact every country. And the accountancy profession is truly global, and we are responding to the growing demand for ESG information. At IFAC, we have campaigned vigorously among our stakeholders and partners for the new International Sustainability Standards Board, or the ISSB. its establishment at COP26 last November was an important step towards an effective global response to the climate crisis. For global standards to have a truly global reach, country-level adoption and implementation is key. The profession in every country must keep engaging with public authorities to build a more sustainable future with the ISSB's global baseline of sustainability disclosure standards. With our deep insight and understanding of value creation in the public sector and in private organizations, I do really believe that we're well prepared and well placed to champion the ISSB. But standards alone will not address or solve the crisis. All stakeholders want to support, deliver, and act on a full understanding of value and value creation. Corporate reporting, including ESG or sustainability reporting, is not only about creating greater transparency and accountability actions and organizational performance. It is also just as critically meant to convey how an organization creates and sustains value and to ensure that this information truly reflects its operations and its impacts. This information gets to the heart of the public interest. Everyone, not only shareholders, but also employees, customers, regulators, and civil society needs the most complete picture of value and value creation that an organization delivers, or sometimes does not deliver. This is a precondition for achieving a sustainable economic environmental future. I want to add that integrating reporting provides a foundation for rethinking value creation because it empowers organizations to break down reporting silos and recast reporting as a more meaningful activity involving the measurement, management, and communication of what matters to long-term success. Of course, it also delivers resilience in the short term. So the key to integrated reporting is adopting an integrated mindset across organizations. Breaking down the silos is easier said than done. It cannot be done without a concerted effort across corporate functions. And finance professionals and business leaders must truly think in a more integrated way. Sustainability reporting is essential, but even the most and best use of it are no more than information. For society's work towards sustainability to have real value, it must lead to different behaviors. These will be the truer measure of progress in aligning short-term decisions with long-term value creation, resiliency, and sustainability. This standard applies to the activities of every organization. It is easy for an organization to claim to be building sustainability information into, for example, its strategic decision-making, but the bar is much higher than that. Organizations must also in practice choose to act differently and demonstrate that they are doing so. Meeting these expectations is essential to serving the public interest, and this must remain our goal. As finance professionals and as business leaders, and indeed everyone who has a role along the road to net zero. To all of you who are receiving awards, I congratulate you for your achievements and for the great work you have done and are doing to make this world safer, more sustainable, and more equitable for all. Thank you all for your attention, and I hope that you have a very successful and remarkable 2 days at the ESG World Summit and Grit Awards. And again, I send my apologies for not being able to be there in person. And finally, let me thank Dr. Nisha Kohli for this great initiative. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alan Johnson, for the sharing. Most, if not all of us, are familiar with the UN's Sustainable Development Goals, which serve as established recognizable goals that help people and companies focus on various aspects of sustainability. We are delighted to welcome our second keynote speaker, Ms. Irina Zubcevic, Chief of Intergovernmental Policy and Review Branch at the United Nations, here to share with us these SDGs and how can we create pathways to sustainable leadership. Ms. Zubcevic, the stage is yours. Apologize with the issue just now, so because the Wi-Fi is not stable. So when it's not stable, like the video, has a glitch. So apologize for that.
No problem. No problem at all. Distinguished participants, let me first thank the organizers and especially Dr. Nisha Kohli for the invitation to speak at this important summit that will tackle some of the most relevant issues related to sustainability, as we have just heard from Mr. Alan Johnson about the impacts of climate change. And I would also like to be there in person, and I apologize because of other engagement I was not able to. So coming to my topic, environmental, social, and governance are essential for shaping our future, and I will also say our present, as we are reaching a tipping point in our relationship with nature. Sustainable leadership, as the summit shows, should be our guiding principle. Sustainability is a concept that is being referenced a lot, so it will be important to define what sustainability actually means, because sustainability and ESG are not the same, and I will explain why. Sustainability is a long-term goal. The definition of sustainable development that has been most widely accepted originated from the report of the World Commission on Environment and Development, Our Common Future, released in 1987 and headed by the then Prime Minister of Norway, Gro Brundtland. It is defined as development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. So since 1987, there has been this definition, and it's still relevant today, unfortunately, because we haven't done a lot still on sustainability. And if you look at sustainability in this way, we can see that it comes with a lot of responsibility towards present and future generations. It requires a change of mindset. It requires transformative actions for our economy, society, and environment. And we heard from Dr. Kohli about Butterfly and what kind of transformation it goes through. For decades, there has always been a group of visionaries and scientifically minded persons beyond the current moment and recognize the importance of sustainability. But the state in which our world finds itself today requires more than just a group of visionaries. It requires everyone, every one of us, to embrace sustainability, starting from our individual lifestyles to governments and multinationals and everyone in between. Ladies and gentlemen, the COVID-19 pandemic has exposed both the weaknesses of our socioeconomic and health systems and the devastating effects of inequality on the most vulnerable people in a time of crisis. Geopolitical situation with over 45 conflicts currently in the world, paired with food, energy, and finance crisis, together with triple planetary crisis of climate change, pollution, and biodiversity loss, requires swift and focused action from all. We need to use these multiple crises as an opportunity, not to go back to unsustainable ways of producing and consuming, but to undertake transformative actions that will lead us to sustainability. Business can play a key role in leading these transformations by creating sustainable, inclusive, and innovative solutions. So the GREET Awards and all the awardees who I really congratulate from the bottom of my heart, because they are the ones on the first line of implementing sustainability, are going a long way in this direction. So the question is how it can always be done. First, I would like to debunk a misconception that sustainable development is expensive and not profitable. Nothing is further from the truth. Actually, the opposite is true. No company in today's world can afford not to be sustainable unless they want to become obsolete. As an example, the World Business Council for Sustainable Development stated that its research proved that 12 trillion US dollars, so 12 trillion US dollars a year, can be unlocked if sustainability is achieved only in 4 sectors of food and agriculture, cities and urban mobility, energy and materials, and health and well-being, creating 380 million jobs along the way. So I think it's pretty profitable. But it is not only about investment. In today's world, we expect of companies not only to be economically viable and make profit, but also to be environmentally mindful and socially responsible. For a company to remain competitive, even over the next 5 years, it needs to define policies and strategies that will put it on a sustainable path right now. By creating strong performance metrics that are compatible with existing financial disclosure requirements, companies can disclose, discuss, and compare their risks in a clear and meaningful way. COVID-19 has made us all aware that something was horribly wrong with the world pre-COVID. Successful businesses will be those that meet the needs of as many people as possible, utilize as few resources as possible, and engage in meaningful ongoing dialogue with their stakeholders who believe in purpose beyond profit. Outcomes come before outputs. Businesses are no longer judged on profit alone. They are judged on their values, and we heard from Mr. Johnson about creating values. Ethical decisions, responsible supply chains, respect of human rights, environmental consciousness, and role in the communities where they do business. An example can be so-called social impact bonds, where profit is contingent upon specified social outcomes being achieved. So it is in everyone's interest to achieve positive outcomes. The ability to price both social and environmental impacts of doing business and integrate them into internal strategy and decision-making will influence performance and reputation. Second, a company needs to have a vision and leadership. Leaders need to understand that they have to address the environmental implications of their business processes through the implementation of sustainability management practices that govern all they do. A company needs to know where it wants to find itself in 3-5 years' time and determine a long-term sustainability trajectory based on more equitable economic growth, more benefit sharing for more equal societies, and nature-positive business practices. Such companies will also need to determine principles on which they will base their policies and strategies, such as diverse workforce, gender equality, decent work, and respect of human rights. Third, a company needs to align its business plan with sustainability trajectory and look through sustainability lens on everything it does. It needs to protect the interest of all of their stakeholders, including employees, shareholders, suppliers, customers, and the wider community. United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, and we have heard what they are from Mr. Johnson just now, they really provide a common framework of action and language that can help companies communicate more consistently and effectively with stakeholders about their impact and performance. They offer a compelling and viable model for long-term growth strategy for business individually and generally, for the world economy to shift businesses to long-term perspective as they cover all aspects of human life. They aim to redirect global public and private investment flows towards the challenges they represent. In doing so, they define growing markets for companies that can deliver innovative solutions and transformative change, and can help strengthen the economic incentives for companies to use resources more efficiently or to switch to more sustainable alternatives as externalities become increasingly internalized. And this is a big issue for companies. So the externalities, which many companies think are not going to cut it and get them profit, if they internalize them, then it's a different story. Fourth, it is essential that sustainability is mainstreamed into everything a company does. It cannot be an add-on to public relations to do some rainbow washing to make the company look good. This always comes back as a boomerang, as we have seen recently in some cases of prominent companies that have been sued over greenwashing. Distinguished participants, and this is where ESG comes in. ESG is an external investment framework or a form of metrics that helps companies communicate their initiatives, and it helps stakeholders understand how an organization is managing risks and opportunities related to environmental, social, and governance criteria. So you can see that it is different from sustainability, which is a goal that needs to be achieved through ESG. The E in ESG, environmental criteria, needs to show a company's attitude toward climate change and the steps that the management is taking to reduce its carbon emissions or reduce its energy consumption, or show how it is preserving biodiversity, improving air and water quality, combating deforestation, or responsible managing its waste, how it is responsibly using natural resources and its supply chain, and whether its assets are invested under ESG criteria. The S in ESG means that company needs to check if it respects human rights and labor standards, how it behaves towards the community. For example, whether it creates local jobs or supports schools, hospitals, local businesses, and so on. How it behaves towards its own employees. Does it provide a living wage, health and safety standards, diversity, equity, and inclusion? Does it invest in its workforce through the education and training? Does it provide life-work balance, or does it protect data and privacy? The G in ESG is the most overarching of the three pillars of ESG. It means that leadership is fully committed to sustainability in whatever it does. A company needs to see what kind of policies, principles, and procedures govern its leadership, and whether it is ethical, what its board composition is, executive compensation, audit committee structure, shareholder rights, bribery, lobbying, political contributions, and whistleblower programs. How they shepherd companies' values and protect the interests of all their stakeholders, and how accountable and transparent they are, as well as whether they have a responsible approach to return on investment. Research has shown that companies that score high in organizational structure and oversight, transparency, cybersecurity, and ethics will attract investors and keep companies' leadership in line. This will influence the reputation of a company, which in turn can either positively or negatively impact investment and business in general. Once governance is aligned with the company's business model and its sustainability criteria, then it is important to establish ESG reporting, measuring, auditing, and scoring according to some independent third-party reporting initiatives at global, regional, national levels. In order to measure value and report their true value, true costs, and true profits, companies need to go beyond financial capital accounting and incorporate natural and social capital as well. So this is really important, and Mr. Johnson has also underlined that in his speech. As a way of example, the oldest one and the most referenced ESG framework among all industries, receiving 83% of total references, is the Global Reporting Initiative, or GRI. It is a framework that helps companies disclose both the positive and negative impact their business has on the environment, the economy, and society. GRI's focuses on helping companies communicate their ESG impacts and how they manage them. The Sustainability Accounting Standards Board, or SASB, is a set of standards that help companies collect and share ESG data that affect the firm's business decisions and explain the financial impact of sustainability. They are more sector focused. There are also a number of United Nations initiatives. The most important one for ESG is Principles of Responsible Investment, or PRI, which is an independent initiative supported by the United Nations, consisting of 6 principles that include ESG in all parts of companies' leadership and management practices. There are also 10 principles of the UN Global Compact, which include guiding principles regarding human rights, rights of collective bargaining, elimination of discrimination, child labor, and so on. And companies that want to be part of the Global Compact are measured against these principles. There are also UN guiding principles on business and human rights. A company needs to disclose environmental, social, and governance data. As with all disclosures, its purpose is to shed light on the company's ESG activities while improving investor transparency. Developing good KPIs, key performance indicators, that can truthfully and transparently measure ESG so that the company is not accused of greenwashing should be the basis of this reporting. They should be transparently and truthfully disclosed in ESG reports, as they summarize the qualitative and quantitative benefits of a company's ESG activities, and thus investors can screen and align investments to their values. It is also important to think not only about outputs, which are important, but not sufficient. For example, how many community projects a company has done, or how many products it has recycled, but also to look for outcomes such as changing consumer behaviors and patterns of production, changing legislation to enable and encourage sustainability, change leadership practices and approach to shareholders and stakeholders and companies' workforce, and so on. Sustainability and ESG as its organizing framework should not be thought of as a nice to have, and that's really important. It's not about nice to have, but it's about essential to have. As nowadays, investors, customers, workers, communities look at companies and they look at companies on these issues and score them before making decisions whether to buy, invest, seek employment, or allow companies to be part of their communities. It is not a matter of if sustainability and ESG should be if sustainability and ESG should be essential part of a company, but how, if a company wants to survive in the future. So it's not about if, it's about how. Sustainability has become a non-negotiable strategic necessity for businesses to operate successfully in the future. Another important point is critical mass of companies at the industry level. Business as usual will not get us on to a sustainability path, nor will innovation by a few pioneers. A new course is required for entire sectors and industries. This is beyond the reach of any one company. Businesses need to move together towards sustainability, so critical mass and moving together. Fortunately, increasing peer pressure, realization of companies that to survive in the ecosystems of individuals, competitors, and other organizations, they need to include sustainability in their business plans and management activities, and at least in the climate action area, we are seeing more and more companies stepping up to the plate. Thus, for example, the United Nations Global Compact has garnered commitments from more than 9,500 companies, including 28 companies with combined market cap of $1.3 trillion, announcing to step up to a new level of climate ambition. And let me conclude by a quote which is attributed to Albert Einstein, who said, "Doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results is the definition of insanity." I believe we all need to think hard about it, and even more importantly, act on it with transformative actions that will change our lifestyles, attitudes, and consumption and production patterns, and make a real difference if we are to survive on this planet as a humankind. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Sorry.
So as As eco-conscious leaders in the business world, you all are well aware that Hello? Okay. As eco-conscious leaders in the business world, you all are well aware that becoming more sustainable involves systemic changes in your organization. We are very fortunate to have Ms. Esther An, Chief Sustainability Officer of City Developments Limited, present about ESG adoption and changing organizational cultures. Thank you.
Hello, hello. Is this mic working? Can you hear me at the back? Hi, good morning, everybody. And don't worry about it. Technology is your friend. Sometimes can be very bitchy, very hard to control. But congratulations to Lisha and your team. I know you have been working really hard on this event. Yeah, don't get disheartened. I know Murphy's Law. So hopefully I can sail through this. And I have no video, but just talking. And hopefully everybody can enjoy this. And I'm not going to talk about too much about theory, but more about practitioners' perspective, how we have actually adopt ESG. Yeah, sorry, right. Okay, this is the one. Yeah, okay, fine. Yeah, we are all working now. So a very good morning, and thank you very much for having me. And definitely, I would like to share, from a practitioners of over 2 decades now, close to 3 decades as a, practitioner. When I first started in 1995, the first 10 years, I was very free, very lonely. Nobody listened to what green building is all about and what ESG and all that. But over the last 2 years, I would say that ESG really has exploded into the mainstream on both political and business fronts as well. And many organizations are today under great pressure to adopt ESG. And many are really just hiring sustainability professional, whether they have the right experience or not. They will I just need to set up because investor ask for it, banks ask for it. But we need to really look into how to help company to really incorporate ESG meaningfully and effectively. That will require a change of corporate culture, corporate structure, and also strategy and behavior as well. And it is not an easy task. And when you talk about sustainability today, it's not just about environmental, but also social and economic as well. Many of you have probably seen this image already. And definitely, we are all living in a world that is really stormy. And just as we thought that we have put COVID under control, and suddenly there are a lot of countries are actually reporting, surge of cases. And personally, I just recovered last Sunday, so I'm fine. I tested. So, and then now, of course, the shadow of recession is also looming, with World Bank and many economists that forecast that economic growth is going to slow down by end of this year, and many countries should actually begins to prepare for a recession. And despite of all these, I think the most scariest threat to humanity is still climate change. And I think we talk about climate change for decades already, and but it is still said that not everyone in the world seems to be sharing the same commitment and same level of, understanding of why we need to take climate action. And this is actually quite simple, because acting on climate change has always been deemed as making a trade-off between short-term and long-term benefits, especially from the corporate perspective. And human being tends to overvalue short-term gains, over the long-term one. So the talk about climate change has been, lasting for decades. And of course, the biggest change what we have seen is actually COP21, Paris Agreement. But after that, COPs came and gone. And personally, I have attended COP25 at Madrid, and I did not really feel that urgency as strongly as what I have witnessed at Glasgow last year. And the voices for change echo from different parts of the world, whether it is the leading economies or the, the indigenous communities, and from the political and business leader to NGO, youth and women's and all. So we can really see that 2020, it was really an awakening of sustainability. And I really feel that it is quite sad that it took the disruptions of a global pandemic to convince the world that the health of our planet, people, economy, and are all interconnected and all interdependent. And of course, we all say that everyone has a share to play, whether it's regulator, private sector, NGO, individuals, and all. But I think we all have witnessed that actually financial sector can really drive change. Look at this slide on the right-hand side, the net zero, which actually is now the North Star goal, for investors, for bankers, the leading insurance agencies, and also stock exchanges. And all these, like Asset Owner Alliance, started in early 2019, and investors make it very clear that they will screen companies and make investment decisions using ESG as the scanner. And insurance agency, especially for developer and building owners like us, we are present in 29 countries and regions. And if insurance premiums go sky high, it will definitely impact on the economic bottom line. And no companies can grow without banker support. So now bankers are also, under the pressure to so-called green their portfolio, and they will, screen borrowers from that perspective also. And of course, the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero is very powerful group of 400 over, stock exchanges, security commissions, service providers, and ESG ratings and rankings. So actually at Glasgow, the excitement of calling for action is very, okay, sorry, the slide jump. Okay. Okay. I think I clicked too fast. Oops. What happened? Okay. Stop here. Yes. Okay. Yes. Murphy's laws again. Okay. I think over the last 2 weeks, the world was also reminded that that is actually the latest, warning sign. And the European heat wave in, the last 2 weeks was actually pretty scary. And you can see all the 40 over degree. And we think that Singapore is hot, right? 30, 35, 36 degree, sometimes we already, wow, why is this so hot? But look at all these numbers, 47 degrees and 43 degree in Spain and even France, 42 degree, which is actually quite scary. And of course, everybody in the world has a role to play to really decarbonize and to contribute to climate action. For the company I work for, City Developments Limited, or CDL, we headquarters in Singapore with close to 60 years history now. And we know that building and real estate sector are in the position to drive change. Why? Because you look at the city's footprint, and the city only occupies 3% of the world's landmass, but is responsible for 70% of global greenhouse gas emission and also consume 60% of global resource use. Today, more than half of our world's populations are living in cities. And but by 2050, it will be close to 70%. So whether you are in the real estate sector or not, you are a building owner, and you are not building owner, you live in your home, you are using buildings. So how you use your properties or buildings, office, or even hotels and all will make an impact, because globally buildings and construction activities account for 40% of greenhouse gas emission. And of course, if I may borrow Sir Winston Churchill's wisdom, and we shape our buildings, he said, and afterwards our buildings shape us as well. So I think that's summarized the impact of built environments on people, and also how people can also impact the environment as well. So okay, one click. Then in fact, today, just now, the previous speakers that all highlight the fact that corporates have a huge responsibility, which I totally agree, because I mean, we all have to work together, whether public or private sectors. And for private sector, we are well aware that ESG risks are actually investment risks and business risks as well. And this has been reinforced by the World Economic Forum, the annual Global Risk Report. And this year, similarly, the top risks to occur over the next 10 years voted by political and business leaders are mostly climate related. And you can see that the climate action failure, extreme weather, biodiversity loss are occupying the top risks. So when we first started the ESG journey at our company, risk mitigation was really the priority. But over the years, we have learned that there is actually a business case to it. But today, the business case is even getting stronger than ever. And when we talk about business case, we are not just talking about investors, bankers, and regulators. We also have to talk about people. And when we talk about future, we cannot neglect the importance of young people, because they are our future leader, they are our consumers, and also influencers and all. So in fact, when I was at Glasgow, I have met a lot of young eco champion, and in fact Singapore also we brought along two eco champion to promote how we can help youngsters to tackle climate anxiety. Research show that more than 60% of youngsters, especially between the age group of 17 to 25 years old, have been mostly affected by so-called climate anxiety. And that is not good for our future. So that is also why we actually brought along a couple of youngsters to promote the campaign. We called it Keep Calm and Love Our Planet, and look at climate change, climate threat in a positive light, turning anxiety to action. That is what we want to do. And in Singapore, we also, have seen more, presence and voices and all that. So I am so sorry that the text, actually the slide looked better on my laptop, but somehow it doesn't look very nice here. So if I could share, just how businesses can really embrace ESG into their business. And I think for CDL, we have actually started as far back as 1995. And at that time, well, of course, global warming was not really a global agenda at that time or in Singapore. So what we did is actually, we know the impact of our building sector, and we also know that we can drive change. And at that time, very single-minded, just looking at how we could actually conserve as we construct. That was our corporate ethos. And that was actually the foundation of our so-called corporate culture, to engage different level of our organizations to adopt green practices in the way we design, build, and manage our property, and also how we can engage our tenants and home buyers as well. In the 2000s, we have actually seen, like, for example, UN Global Compact, the 10 principles were launched, and we were very happy to be one of the founding members of the UN Global Compact 10 principles. And today it has actually evolved, expanded to the UN SDG. So there are a lot of first that we need to do, but it's not a competition. We need to see company, we need to see whether you are really into it, and also establish a roadmap and a culture and a top leadership commitment, and to really see how you can embrace ESG into every aspect. And I'm really honored that for sustainability in CDL, we are an independent unit. We are only reporting to the board sustainability committee comprises 3 independent director and our group CEO. So that independence is very important, but it also has to be integrated into everything we do. So our corporate structure is very simple. We actually just engage everyone vertically from the board, top management, mid management, operation, headquarters, and sites vertically. Everyone is on board, and horizontally cover every single business units and operational units. And everybody must know what is our goals, what is our strategy and the pathway. And if I may just, summarize our so-called ESG strategic pillar, therefore is very complex. Sorry, can I go back to the slide? Yeah. So okay, the 4I is actually integration. Just now, the previous speaker also talked about that ESG will not be effective unless it is truly integrated into your whole business strategy and business structure and culture as well. So it will never work in silos. And what we did is actually, I chaired the ESG committee internally that cover all the business and operational unit. And the second I is innovation. Today, we are all talking about a decade of urgent action. So risk mitigation will not be sufficient. We need more drastic adaptation. We need to apply technologies and solutions to drive change, to really move the needle towards a low carbon economy. And you also have to put money where your mouth is. The third I, of course, investment. You really need to invest in technology, invest in green building, invest in your people, the resources that will help us drive change. And also invest in your supply chain as well. We can't do it alone. We need to engage our main contractor, subcontractor, consultant, architect, engineer to go green together. And last but not least, the fourth I is impact. Everything we do, there's positive or negative impact. And just now, the previous speaker talked a lot about sustainability reporting, disclosure, and which is a very important global agenda now. And the global, accountancy, IFRS, and have come up with, the ISSB, which is the International Sustainability Reporting Standard that we are all working on how to harmonize, the reporting standards. It is really quite difficult. For CDL, we have the honors to have published the first sustainability report as far back as 2008. Over the past 15 years, you can see on this slide that at the bottom of that, you have seen really is mind-boggling, what are the standards and ratings and, and a benchmark that we have to look at, because we are talking to investors, stakeholders from all over the world. So when we first launched, we actually adopted the GRI, which was actually by default the leading standard for reporting. And of course, Carbon Disclosure Project, CDP, was embraced in 2010, and today is more than relevant. It's very, very relevant today when the whole world is looking at net zero as a target, or a race to zero, and which is a very important aspect of the global economy. And we are very happy that, since the launch, the campaign, and today, the global race to zero has achieved more than 91% of GDP, comprising participating companies, organization, investors, cities, and cities and countries. So sustainability is here to stay. It's not going to be a fad that come and go. And reporting is challenging for corporates, but you have no choice, because I'm sure some of you have also heard from stock exchanges that they have actually raised the bar for reporting, especially climate reporting and climate governance as well. So I'm not going into every single aspect, but SDG 17 goals, 169 targets. We have actually embraced 14 out of 17. And we always share with other beginners that, it's not the more the merrier. You have to select what are the goals and targets that you can really make an impact that is relevant to your business, and it also have an impact in your business. And how do you align it with your material issues of your company? That since 2014, we have actually conducted our materiality study, consulting our internal and external stakeholders, whether they are bankers, the media, tenants, and we ask them what are the top 15 ESG issues. There may be a lot of, 50, 60 issues, but we don't want to produce a report that is like as thick as a phone book. We want to look at the focus on issues that are really material to our investors and stakeholders. And I would, swear by it that being a practitioner for almost 2 decades now, and I think investing in ESG is probably one of the best investments that CDL has done. And we are, we are operating in a small country in Singapore, but the efforts that we put in have not gone unnoticed. And these are the ESG ratings and rankings, the leading, in the global arena. And most of them we have actually started, even FTSE, we started since 2002, not because it's fashionable now, we are starting now. So we have started like more than, exactly 20 over years ago and get onto the listing of all these ESG ratings and MSCI AAA since 2010. And what we are very proud of is Global 100 most sustainable corporations. And since 2010, we've been listed, and the results every year was actually announced at World Economic Forum at Davos. So a small country, we can make a difference as well to drive change. And for CDL, we are very proud to be actually ranked top real estate company in the world since 2020. And we will continue to run very fast. We are not here to celebrate just success, but we have to take a long-term view, take a forward-looking view. And because today, business of business is no longer just about short-term profits. And of course, a lot have actually are familiar with Milton Friedman's ideology. But I think as what many sustainability leaders in the world say that Friedman's ideology is dead. And today we need to look at the triple bottom line, because after all, without a healthy planet, there's no healthy people and market for businesses to prosper. So with this, I would hand it back to the organizers, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Miss Esther Ann. So the takeaways is we know that, if we are patient, there's a long-lasting return, and so many efforts we know are short-term, right? And ESG is here to stay. And I'm so glad to see, we have a full room of Avengers. They're trying to make a change when everybody say, don't bother. It's, it's too hard. We are here to say that actually it can work. So thank you for those tips and your insight, Ms. Esther Ann. The next speaker is joining us virtually from Canada. Consumer demand for environmentally friendly products is growing, but not many companies are credible to deliver the impact as stated in their branding. These challenges most of the time lead to greenwashing. We have Lynn Johansson to share with us some tips about how to prevent greenwashing, painting your way to the corner, a primer on greenwashing. Miss Lynn, please. Wait.
There. Hopefully you can all see my screen.
Yes.
Ooh. Okay. Well, first, I want to thank Dr. Nisha Kohli for the invitation to discuss greenwashing with you. Putting on a conference like this is a Herculean effort. However, let's have a little fun. First of all, I'd like you all to hold up your hand, right or left, and I want you to snap your fingers, just like that, and then lower your hands. Astronomers believe that some 12 to 20 billion years ago, a primeval atom exploded with a big bang, sending the entire universe flying out at incredible speeds. Eventually, matter cooled and condensed into galaxies and stars, with planets forming around at least one star, our sun. Eons after life began to develop on Earth, humans appeared. If all the major events were on it in this continuum were squeezed into a 24-hour period, planet Earth wouldn't form until late afternoon, and humans would only have existed for 2 seconds. Yet in a time much less than this, that it took you to snap your fingers, humans have caused profound changes on the face of this planet. And you and I have had a hand in making these changes. A primer is a paint product that allows the finishing coat to adhere much better to a surface than if it were used alone. I'm going to share what companies, what you and I need to do to prime the market to prevent greenwashing and accelerate better environmental performance. Particularly climate action. I will include some observations about the risks around greenwashing, particularly in the financial community. So, but let's start with what is greenwashing. It has been defined in a soon to be released guidance standard called ISO 14001. It's on green finance. We define greenwashing as false or misleading information, either intentionally or inadvertently, regarding the environmental or sustainability attributes of a product, asset, and activity, which can have consequences on the assessment of financial and non-financial materiality. Inadvertent is a polite way of saying that the person or entity is essentially eco-illiterate, meaning that they are ignorant of the rules by which Mother Nature rules the planet. As humans have ignored her rules for far too long, we have created for ourselves an era where business unusual is now the norm. This includes instability in our environmental, social systems, and financial markets. We all need to change our behavior, including our control or influence in financial decisions to make our future safe and eco-prosperous. The concept of greenwashing isn't new. The term greenwashing was actually coined by New York environmentalist Jay Westerfield in 1986. Jay wrote an essay about the hotel industry's practice of placing notices in guest rooms to promote reuse of towels to save the planet. Greenwashing, though, has evolved to use the term to denounce misinformation about green, environmental, or sustainability products or services. In the consumer products area, lawsuits are common. Some of the brand names that have suits pending or have been settled may surprise you, others will not. The giant retailer Walmart, fast food companies, McDonald's and Burger King, automotive companies, including Volkswagen and Audi, Mercedes-Benz and Ford. These are just a few of the ones that have been charged. If found guilty, these companies pay a fine, usually a few $1 million, and they're instructed to change their evil ways. I think greenwashing in the financial community, though, will be treated with much greater intolerance. I'm actually working right now with a group of international group of experts from the environmental, polling, and financial community on greenwashing. We are exploring weaknesses in the international financial system that enable greenwashing. We are investigating where the leverage points are, the places to intervene in the system, so that we can advise stakeholders how the system must change. Now, why do I think greenwashing poses a higher risk to the financial world? Well, I've been told repeatedly by those in the financial sector that there are two things they really don't like. One, they don't like to lose money. That's such a surprise. Two, they don't even like a hint of bad press, as reputation for them is everything. Excuse me. A bad reputation can undermine trust. What takes years to build can be lost in a social media minute. According to the Edelman Trust Barometer, trust is built on competence and ethical behavior. If we reflect back on the definition of greenwashing, where we state the words intentional or inadvertent, It means that those who are involved in greenwashing are either unethical or they are incompetent. Are either of these attributes ones you want associated with your business or anyone in your financial circle? Greenwashing, regardless of the reason, is spilling into the cracks and holes of the financial world. Every day I get another report of somebody taking legal action. Yesterday, it was Austria. The country is reportedly going to take the EU to court in January on greenwashing charges related to the EU sustainability taxonomy. There are a growing number of regulators around the world who have either passed or are drafting laws about greenwashing in the investment world. Switzerland, France, Denmark, the UK, Canada, and yes, even Singapore are just some of the countries who are leading the pack. This regulatory action is not tied to environmental regulation per se. It's coming from securities administrators and finance departments, although complaints are still being heard by consumer protection agencies and commissions. Many of the big law firms must be rubbing their hands together and rolling up their sleeves to get ready for more lawsuits. But as Alan Johnson stated, the accounting profession is getting ready and collaborating is important, as verification about greenwashing information is going to be more than just a numbers game. So how does a company prevent greenwashing from staining their reputation? What is the primer that we can apply to prevent greenwashing? This is where I confess my preference for the presence of a robust, credible, and reliable environmental management system, or EMS. ISO 14001 is currently the de facto international standard. As a management system, it offers environmental, social, and business value to companies. It is a set of requirements that, if followed, can help identify where and what needs to be done to prime the company. It enables the company to put into place processes to meet their own environmental objectives, meet compliance obligations, and improve environmental performance. In the green finance standard I referred to, we built upon the value of an EMS and explained the relationship between significant environmental aspects, impacts, and materiality. The data that is generated by an EMS enables the company to collect information and evolve this into knowledge that top management and boards can use wisely. It allows the company to respond to disclosure requests from investors, regulators, financial institutions on ESG matters. When armed with objective evidence, an organization can understand its relationship with the environment, the impacts it has on the environment. As well, a robust, credible, and reliable EMS determines the effects that the environment is having back on the business. This two-way or systems approach is a critical piece in understanding how to avoid being painted as incompetent and greenwashing. In my humble opinion, the root cause of greenwashing in every sector, every stakeholder group and country is eco-illiteracy. As a global population, we have not learned or honored the rules by which Mother Nature operates the business of this planet. And this has resulted in a situation where Mother Nature is retaliating. Esther spoke of some of that. Will Mother Nature decide we are no longer welcome on her planet, or has she already made that decision? What proof do I offer? Human inefficiency has created an imbalance of the ecosystem services upon which everything we value depends. We are facing weather anomalies, loss of biodiversity, water shortages, and climate change that our bodies and our social systems cannot tolerate. The cost of climate change has led to financial stress. It got the attention of the Financial Stability Board, the kingmakers, and that in turn brought forward the development of the TCFD, which you know about. While the TCFD is voluntary, the cross-sector group I lead, the collaboration, believed it would become mandatory. To get ahead of the trend, we developed a systems approach called Are You Climate Ready in 2018. It is a systems approach. Subscribers are enabled to address any environmental issue, though, not just climate, although we enable better reporting to the TCFD. The Stockholm Resilience Center has pointed out that humans have crossed the line for many boundary conditions. And you can see on the slide, anything in the orange means we've gone over the line and we need to get back into the green. So to bring humans back into a safe operating space, to enjoy an eco-prosperous future, we are going to have to act swiftly, smartly, and be respectful of Mother Nature's rules. To achieve the change we need, we must collaborate. We must invest in innovative technologies, and we need to learn to trust in one another. There is no time to be wasted on greenwashing. The time to prime your company is now. So in closing, I invite you to do 3 things. First, I want you to investigate your exposure to greenwashing. Ask your CFO, the audit committee on your board, the company that audits your books, whether your company is at risk from greenwashing. 2, I want you to talk to your own personal financial advisor or banker and find out if your pension funds, your investment portfolio, the money you have on deposit with your financial institution has been screened through sustainability criteria, or what the market has coined ESG. I want you to find out if your financial future is at risk from greenwashing and whether those that you depend on for financial advice are on top of this. All right. 3, I invite you to contact me and tell me what you found. You can reach me on LinkedIn or by email, and any information is shared will be treated under Chatham House rule. And on that note, I want to thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you for that thought.
Stop the share.
Thank you for that thought-provoking and thoroughly engaging presentation, Ms. Johannesson. We are now honored to present Mr. Priyadarshi, the General Secretary of Biju Janata Dal, Odisha, India, and former member of Odisha Legislative Assembly and chairperson of the Odisha State Housing Board. He has received numerous awards for his work, such as the Bharat Excellence Award, National Gaurav Award, and Rashtriya Ratan Award. Mr. Priyadarshi, please take it away.
Thank you. Good morning, dignitaries, resource persons. And at the outset, I must thank Dr. Nisha Kohli for organizing such a beautiful event. She is working for last more than 2 decades, and the COP stage, which really helps companies in creating sustainable values and ESG management. So I must thank Dr. Kohli's entire team for this great event. So I must be very brief and be focused on 2 points. Yeah, thank you. So my first approach will be, let us save the soil. So as all of you know, so more than 9 million people die each year due to chemical fertilizers and metals mixed with the soil. And out of 9 million people, 6 million die due to heart and related diseases due to this. So the reason behind is dust in the deserts and small particles in the chemical manures and particulars of plastic, cadmium, enter the body as dust. So these pollutants mixed with the soil pollute the river as well. So we have to save the soil as well as the river. And nano and micro particles patches mixing with blood, flux to different parts of the body, and it hampers our digestive system and heart related diseases also. So our purpose is how to save the soil and how less we can use these chemical fertilizers. We all are having slogan for organic. So this is the important assessment for all of us, how we can save the soil to save the humankind. And for this reason, we have to also have rivers, because I come from the eastern part of India, Odisha. So the eastern Ghats, which also have a major contribution for the sustainable development, for the climate. So that also affects the entire human ecosystem. So that's why the river, the treaties for river, the water consumption between the states should also be signed without any political bias and in a consensus manner. For example, there is a river Mahanadi in my state, and for the reason behind that, there are some distribution of waters between some states. So there are 10 million of people and animal resources, trees that will also be affected. So for that reason, the leaders should sit together for river treaties, distribution of waters, etc. We are in Singapore, and I must give thanks to the Honorable Prime Minister of Singapore, Mr. Lee Hsien Loong, for they have adopted good policy for sustainable development, and as they have promised, they have in solar power, they have achieved six manifold times for clean air and solar power. But my request would be, India is on the verge of banning plastic, and plastic, as you know, causes so many harms to the humankind. Singapore has gone a great way banning it in a macro way. But my request would be, this should also be implemented in the micro way. That's why the plastic should always be banned. So let me emphasize on 2 points. Let us save the soil and save the rivers from pollution. And let us also ban plastic. So then only we can go a long way in sustainable development, making our environment balanced. And in English, there is a saying that we have not inherited this land from our forefathers, but have borrowed from our children. So we should do in such a way that our children, they live a happy life with good environment, and they will be disease free, and they will dream for a better future. So thank you for inviting me, Dr. Nisha Kohli and Mr. Kohli. You have a great galaxy of speakers. I could hear from the honorable speakers from the UN. So I wish this function a success, and also I congratulate the awardees, those who will remain in the evening, for their outstanding works. Thank you so much. Have a good day ahead.
Please, please give a round of applause to our speakers this morning. And we also like to thank all of you for being such a wonderful and patient audience, and hope you will join the call of actions from our inspiring speakers. We'll now be moving on to roundtable discussions. Innovation and new technologies have been key to finding new ways to fight climate change and other global issues. Our first discussion will focus on sustainable innovations, with the following speakers taking the lead in such efforts. First, can we invite Mr. Jackson, the founder of World Toilet Organization. He is the initiative of World Toilet Day and bottom of the pyramid hub. Next, we have Mr. Sudindra Tati. He is the CEO of Prom Group, and he will be sharing his innovation today, how to save, reduce the wasted of milk in India. And it will be moderated by me, Michelle Irawan, Tuna Girl, but I also represent Indonesia for Nexus Global Organizations and CorpStage. Also, unfortunately, Professor Inderjit Singh got COVID and cannot be joining us today.
Am I starting first?
Mr.
So these are some you can take it out, go and empty it. So this is the first real estate development that we started. It's called Roadside Terrace, and this is 14 terrace houses. It was a boom period, so it sold out very quickly, and we took the money and built the second and the third one. We built in the Mayor Road and apartment 28 units. We were selling like $400. I don't know how to read accounts. We only know that we ran out of money when the bank called us to say our check bounced. And then we'll stop doing sales and start doing collection.
Hello. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Jackson. So actually, I'm quite humbled. Actually, Mr. Jackson has visited everywhere in the world, including Indonesia, where I'm from. And he's always be very practical, but such a genius, because sometimes we overcomplicate things, right? And that's why he said, sometimes you want to solve big problems, but sometimes people don't even have the basic necessity like toilet. And this is why he started this. I'll leave it to you.
Thank you. So basically, I was a businessman earlier by accident because I failed everything in school, so I have no other choice except to start business and realized that business is quite easy to do. So we start 16 companies and then built the Australian International School with 3,500 students and the bricks factory and roof tile and all that real estate development, but not the size of CDL. And then at 40, I realized that actually it's not good to make money. It's better to spend the time to do social work because when you make money, it's to pay the bills. But if you can pay the bills, you should spend the time in higher value work, which is service. So at 40, I stopped to make money. And then I became founder of the World Toilet Organization. And in the last 20 years, now it's 21 years, in the last 20 years, we have brought this subject of sanitation from an unspeakable, disgusting, embarrassing subject into very legitimate, and we created the United Nations World Toilet Day, our founding day, 19th of November. And through communication with all the governments, 193 governments agreed to endorse our founding day as a UN day in the General Assembly. And now this subject has become so legit that over the last 20 years, as a movement, we've created toilets and sanitation access to 1.2 billion people in developing countries. So sometimes you learn in innovation, you do not need to do it yourself. You do it through other people, but you have to facilitate, orchestrate such that it actually happen at a very big scale. So a lot of time we think we want to do something ourselves, then we become the limit and the obstacle of the mission because our own capacity is so limited. Whereas if we facilitate everybody else, then their innovation can be expanded and grow. So this is one big lesson I realized. If you want to solve problems, since your life is also not very long and the remaining part of your life is even shorter, then it's better to help others become the champion rather than yourself. So around last few years, I thought, okay, the toilet problem is now growing very successfully. Prime Minister Modi has just built 110 million toilet in India. Chinese President Xi Jinping is building 32 million toilet. And sanitation condition around the world is improving a lot. Then we went to Brazil to help pass some laws in 2019, and now we brought 4.5 billion US dollar investment into their sewage treatment plant. Otherwise, 50% of their plants are not, their shit are not treated. And this year, the president of Nigeria and the Deputy Secretary General of the UN will open World Toilet Summit in Abuja in Nigeria. So you see, we are able, just a Singapore NGO, to go all over the world to get the world leaders to solve the problem for their own country through this storytelling and legitimacy building. And I think innovation through other people will give you exponential scale. Yeah.
I couldn't agree more. I mean, just a bit of sharing. I come from a small island in Indonesia called Bitung. It's in North Sulawesi, but it's a very gifted island. And through being like an ambassador of tuna, because I'm an ocean lover and wanting, the fish to be there forever, how to keep the ocean blue, I share my stories and I get so many people coming in, including Mr. Jack. What are the odds, right? Someone can visit me. And that is just through storytelling and really share your passion out there. There are caring people out there with amazing resources. And you're right. sometimes innovations can be low tech, can be high tech, but we got to collaborate and we got to bring it. You don't have to be the inventor yourself. So moving forward, we'll have sharing some presentation from Mr. Sudindrat. You can start, sir.
Yeah. Ni hao, good morning, and namaskar. I'm here to share a story, a wonderful story about the Indian dairy industry. What is fascinating about the Indian dairy industry is that it practically captures the phrase, small drops make a mighty ocean. To talk a little bit about the country first, it's the world's sixth largest economy, largest democracy. The 3/4 of the population lives in rural areas. We are world's largest milk producer with 22% market share, and we consume it all. Most of us are vegetarian, and we need the dairy and dairy products for our nutrition. It is a large and a growing industry. A lot of good things about the dairy industry. However, we as technopreneurs, we always have a tendency to look at the empty half of a glass and look for some challenges and opportunities. And there are some challenges, a couple of them being the spoilage of milk that happens every year due to the extreme climate. The other one is the quality of the milk due to the intense, harsh conditions of milk, of the environment. And climate change actually is going to, make it worse. And so one sustainable innovation that we have embarked on, and for us, it's an early part of the journey, unlike yours, where, already a long journey. And I wanted to share that small sustainable innovation and also talk about why these sustainable innovations are required. How do we scale it? And how do we balance the need for innovations and economic growth and all that, along with the eye on the climate and the environment? So can I share just a quick
the ultimate fascination of the humankind. What fuels this is ambition and greed, in a quest to innovate and create a smarter world. But in that chase, human beings have started losing the sanctity of things, which should have remained unchanged. Milk being one of them. At Prompt, our ideas and innovations are a part of this pursuit, where the only human intervention needed is not for modification, but for sustenance, so that the world's most ancient health drink can be appreciated as it truly is, untouched and unadulterated. Prompt, the pursuit of purity.
So in that pursuit of purity, I wanted to share one quick innovation, which is to address, as I said, in India, the source of milk is from very small dairy farmers, very small holder farmers, very small volumes. But then the milk travels over long distances in harsh extreme climate conditions. And that is where the bacterial growth happens, and that's where spoilage happens. By the time it reaches the final point of dairy processing, a lot of damage is already done. And so if you think about the size of our industry and the volume of milk, the small amount of spoilage actually is a very large number. We can feed 20 million children every day just from the saving on the spoilage. The other part is on the quality. And as I mentioned, the quality is a key function of the time and temperature from the time it's milking. So the real challenge that we have is, how can you arrest the growth of this bacteria? How can you chill this and do it in a sustainable manner? That's the overall challenge. So if we reduce, if you chill the milk at the source, then you reduce the spoilage, and you have to do all this at the least amount of energy. So the innovation that I'm talking about is a product known as Milko-Chill. This is an instant milk chiller that we developed in collaboration with IIT Bombay over a period of several years. This is a very simple to use, compact, fits in a small milk collection center or even at a farmer's house. The farmers come, the small volumes of milk are poured into the funnel at the top, and the patented heat exchanger and the cooling unit will chill the milk instantly, and you will get cold milk at the bottom. Now you have arrested the bacterial growth, and now you can travel, and hence you reduce the spoilage and improve the quality. We also have used a multi-utility heat pump, which allows you to extract the waste heat out of it and co-generate hot water simultaneously. So you're generating cold milk on one hand and hot water on the other hand, which is used for sanitation and all that. So what's the market potential and the size? It's actually millions of farmers spread out all over the country, hundreds of thousands of milk collection centers across the country. Each of these Milko-Chill units at each of these points, right now, each unit can save a substantial amount of energy compared to the existing solution. So if you look at the scale of this, then it's actually several million metric tons of CO2 reduction possible. And because the peak power requirement of this machine is so low, you can power it. In fact, we do power it with solar energy or even trials with biogas energy. So you're combining good technology on one hand with the energy efficiency, the thermodynamics, the heat material science of heat exchange and all that, along with renewable energy. And we are providing a solution to the farmer who can now improve his livelihood. So that's the innovation that we are talking about. And we are delighted to have support from organizations like UNIDO, who has recognized us for the space conditioning category under the low carbon technology program, and by the government of India in the startup challenge, and organizations like WWF and DDB and all. So we are delighted to have all that support. The closing comments I want to just make a couple of things. One is that why do we need social innovations? We need them because the poor can improve their lives without affecting the climate change or without making it even worse. So the questions that we had in the back of our minds when we were developing this is, can we balance the need for cooling with the need to mitigate climate change? Can we accept the dual challenge of energy security on one hand and climate change on the other hand? Can we balance these two things and yet achieve the livelihoods of our farmers? And we felt that the answer is yes, because with good sustainable innovations, we can actually make a significant contribution to the livelihood of the farmers as well as on the quality of the milk. And we are happy that we are able to do this with the support of many organizations. It's a beginning of our journey for us. We have a long way to go. I'm talking only about the starting point of a chain. There is subsequent things in the cold chain. I'm talking about only India as the geographical space right now. However, the demographics of many countries are similar around the globe as well. And so I think we are excited to embark on this journey to kind of mix the two needs of economic growth as well as protecting the environment. So Shishi and even for this opportunity. Thank you.
Amazing. So out of curiosity, may I know how many Milko-Chill have you produced?
This, as I mentioned, this is just recently launched last year, and we have about 50 units in trials across the country. And with the feedback that we have gotten, now we're ready to scale it up.
For sure. I think even like in Indonesia, right, being the largest archaeology nation, we have so many islands. And for me, I work around the coastal area. There's a lot of fish that are actually being lost on the way, and just not enough access to electricity and also chiller. So definitely maybe micro chill for fish, for sure. And yeah.
I think this is very scalable because I visited the BRAC in Bangladesh, and they have chiller plant everywhere, but this needs a lot of organization, and it's a big company. Whereas this can be done very small and immediately distributed back to the neighborhood. Yeah,
Yes.
No need
At the source, we call it, at the farmer's house.
without having to fast travel. So, did you talk to Amul, which is?
Yes, we are based in Ahmedabad, which is 100 kilometers from Amul, and we have our demonstrations going on with them, and we have full support of the dairy cooperative societies. But we are also trying to do that in the private sector and the unorganized sector. So in India, the unorganized sector is also half of the overall industry. Yes, we are in touch with Amul, and we are doing the trials. Yes.
I'd like to talk to you later and see, bring your innovation elsewhere.
Yes.
So
So
many
maybe-
countries.
So, maybe I would like to ask a few questions. So just give a bit of brief, what is that moment that makes you decide that this is the course that I will choose? And kind of maybe also, what are the biggest mistake, like very simple mistake that people keep repeating and we should, try to avoid it? Yeah.
I think one mistake that people keep on making is to think of themselves as a hero. And it's very natural. It's very natural because we are socialized into saying you are the greatest. And actually you're not the greatest because you're one person. So I think what can be done is, for example, there's a good idea here. And if he is going to do it all by himself, it will be very, very hard work. But if all of us see that this innovation, then how do you produce to scale? 50 units not enough. How about 5 million units? And then at 5 million units, the production cost of this unit will be reduced, let's say first by 50% or more, and all the components will have a great economy of scale. And then to do that, you need to have the distribution ready to receive it, the pre-order at the right price, and then go to scale like that. Suddenly you realize that you need about 200-300 partners. And if we could orchestrate such thing, then everything becomes cheaper, faster, better, easier. And then everyone is able to solve the problem in their place. And on top of that, this is a small scale, just starting off. And once you create a big enough economy of scale, then the bigger chiller plant can come in. So you don't need to be the one selling the bigger one, because those you can buy from China or even in India. And so you become like, I am the step one, but the step 2 and 3 is somebody else. Doesn't matter. There's a lot of business for step 1. So cooperating with your competitor, all this is very important. But people think, oh, why should I help him? What do I get? What do you get is that you have a very short life. Some of you guys here are not going to last another 5,000 days. You'll die. Most of you wouldn't last another 20,000 days, because life is 80 to 90 years. So 80 years is 29,200 days. Right? So 29,200 days, You are born and you are dead. So right now I have on my app, every day I have a countdown. And I can tell you how many days I have left before I will die. It's 5,339 days before I'm 80 years old. And if I don't die, I'm still very useless because I forget things and can't remember my children's name and all that, right? So this is the reason why we should do good, because I promise you, every single one of you are going to die. And some will die very fast. So think about what is all this about. Ego and wealth and greed and nothing. You are going to die. So use this remaining time, the opportunity to do something good. No need people to remember you. You just feel very nice that at least you didn't waste this chance.
I agree with that. I think a lot of times people think innovation means you need to be like a scientist or you need to be an astronaut or working in NASA, but sometimes it can be something very simple. And sometimes it's actually supporting people that have great ideas and scale them so that it's sustainable, right? So it can actually grow and last for a long, long time, not a one-time off thing. Yeah. So how about Mr. Zati? What do you think, when you start this journey, right? What does it mean to have a sustainable innovations for you? And what do you see? Where does it go?
So 5 years ago, when this problem statement was posed to me and said, here's the challenge, here's the issue, here's the spoilage, here's what people are suffering. Initially, it was only technology. As Mr. Sim said, we technologists have that problem of being focused on technology. But back in the back of our mind, we knew that there is some amount of injustice. Let me explain that. The climate change is discriminatory in nature. So there are people somewhere else who are making the climate change worse, but the people who are suffering are the farmers in the villages. And it's not fair for them. Now, if we expect them to come up with these solutions for these chilling problems or for quality improvement, they are not going to be able to do that. And so we felt that it was it is our duty to some extent to do that. And initially that challenge was very large, it was massive, just like the ocean. But then the inspiration also came from the same dairy industry, which we saw, in the sense that, just like small volumes were adding up to becoming the world's largest milk producer with 210 million metric tons of milk, when each individual is contributing only 10 liters or 20 liters. So we thought this is a similar analogy here. We also can do small contributions and a series of innovations and contributions by huge number of people. And I think Mr. Jacksim's advice is phenomenally accurate, that we need the support of all organizations who will back this so that we can take it to the scale that we have envisioned.
With the innovation going into 5G now and eventually 6G, what will happen is that collaboration become very easy. As the computing power is going so fast that you are working in silo, you are no more competitive. So those people who know how to build relationship with other people become very important, because the human behavior have to follow the technology speed. And those people who work alone will realize that they paint themselves to a corner. So in your case, you can also think about how to improve the livelihood of the poor farmer who's milking the cow. Sometimes they have only one cow. Yeah. To get some artisan maybe from France or from Germany to train them to make cheese. and then they can make high value added prices and sell cheese instead of selling milk. So then the poor can get out of poverty. So you think beyond your ability. If you are able to dream of very big things which you have absolutely no capability of achieving, that is where innovation starts, because you are sucking in the talent and the resources of other people. And then you go and collaborate. If you want to grow very big, become a small part of a big ecosystem.
Absolutely agree. Thank you.
Wow, that is really, really on point. I think, with your vast experience, there's real wisdom and clarity each for each stack. Sometimes, people tend to do many things, but they forget the simple things that actually matters to let them grow. And for me personally, that's also what I see. And the reason I think why I'm sitting here, it was really hard for us. My family has been in the fishing for 30 years, and every year the cost increase. Number of days where my vessels can go and fish are decreasing with climate change. And then also the profit, there's only like 10-20 cents. And then I'm quite lucky, I'm quite blessed. I got vast opportunity to travel. When I went to Iceland, I was shocked because in there, what they've done actually to decrease the cash that they cash every year, but they increase the value. And now I'm actually launching my startup. So I'm taking the waste, which is the 4% of the tuna skin that actually been thrown away right now, and we're extracting collagen from it. So this like you said, my dream is really to bring the innovations across to Indonesia and hopefully, in the Coral Triangle, because that's where the most diverse ecosystem in the ocean. And I think Mr. Jackson and Mr. Tati, we are here because our hearts are warm. It's not, sometimes people say, right, oh, to be innovators we're too busy, or we have a day job, or your families, or to the other things, but the heart really speaks for us and to move and do things. Okay, thank you very much. You can you can connect during break and lunch.
Thank you.
And I'm Max, co-founder and Chief Innovation Officer.
Green Rebel is an Indonesian food tech startup that makes Asian flavored plant-based beef and chicken that bite, smell, and taste like home. We're on a mission to democratize plant-based meat by making healthy and delicious products that are affordable. Green Rebel products are created by chefs, nutritionists, and food technologists to deliver an optimal nutrition profile with minimal carbon footprint. Our products are clean label, they are made from 100% natural ingredients, contain 0% cholesterol, and are free of MSG, GMO, preservatives, and refined sugar. With a wide range of products, we want to empower consumers to eat sustainably every day.
So we have
We actually coming to a coffee break, and at coffee break, you can eat the croissant. It's actually have Green Rebel in it. So and also in your bag, there's a voucher if you like to try their products. And we also like to thank our sponsor, Unilever, Ethica, International Institute for Climate Action, ESG Research Foundation, KICL, and Zergratan for sponsoring our event. So we will have a break for 15 minutes and we will resume. Thank you.
Immediately after mine, but we will be very fast. So, but what is you mix presentation? No. I will think it. This is one slide consists of this first presentation. And we don't have much time. You want on? Basically, it's just this is first. It's 8 slides, and I need 8 minutes. It's a minute per slide. So. And the first. Oh, this is the old one. You received which one is the other one? So this is the short one that is No. This short is 79 for the one. So this is not your presentation. This is the old one. This is the old one, but I can send you one if you want. Oh, I'm so sorry. I don't. Okay, so after this one, there's just one, but it's super short. Okay. Sorry about that. But I've seen it. But you can send it by email. You have two. You have my speech for the 40 minutes, and this presentation will be what is now longer. And I will show you. Yeah, correct. And now they are similar, you know. Okay, this is longer. And now and look into this. Which one are we developing? And how it comes after. That's not check. Yes. Oh, that's fine. And that is fine. Yes. Okay. And this is my for then I go. Okay, I will do it. We can check now. But I don't think they will require presentation. There's no presentation, so I think it's a no. Okay, so we will check now. Oh, there is there is a presentation. And so we need to yeah, we need to check because we can offer my presentation. Yes, we can follow it. We can check yeah, yeah, he put this is not my this is not my oh yeah. I have no background with oh, but should operate one at a time. Not operate two. But if it's necessary, we will exchange. Sure. Don't worry. Okay, that's wire internet given. One more thing. Remember, either you want to keep this or just do all the way to the I give you the computer to not yeah, how everything on the laptop. Now you cannot view also. This one that you take never this one will keep up. If you want to say anything the other side, you have to never admit this one, there was a people know your side is like that's why I cannot control. Sorry.
Only one hour. It will take some time. PowerPoint slide or video. Oh, that is good. But it's not in PowerPoint slide that's here. So basically, there's the PowerPoint presentation. When there's a PowerPoint presentation, there's a video asking how. But if you do, then it also kind of needs next time when you go on a break, I think we need to let them know what time to be back. Yeah.
So I mean, there's some events like the ones that are good. So it means when they are on stage, they don't want us to criticize. If there is no advice, we just serve on the so we serve first course, second course, third course. So yes. Everything overrun, right? Right now. Yeah, so we have to let, just let us know because if we have no instructions from the person, we don't want to say, hey, you know, you're not supposed to serve them doing this. Because I think this maybe they may have time. Yeah. But we need a cue from you guys. That's the thing. Yeah. I'll be around as well. I'll look for the guy in the gym. So he's the one running the event. He asked me, so I couldn't ask him. Yeah, his name is.
Recording in progress.
Look at yourself, worrying about music licensing. What you need is an artless subscription. Will my video get a copyright claim?
Recording in progress.
Hi everyone, we will be starting soon. So maybe it's a cue to have our friends come back to the room.
Okay, welcome back everyone. Just to let you know, we have 2 more panels before lunch. And before we start the lunch, there will be 3 minutes break for the staff to actually arrange the table, because it's actually going to be a 3-course meal served to you one at a time. And throughout lunch, we will also have further presentations. Okay. And also, if you have special dietary, because the staff will actually see the green sticker for vegetarian. So if you don't have the sticker yet, please go to Louise. Raise your hand and Louise will come to you. So we have vegetarian options for lunch, and it's also to our effort to reduce carbon footprint. Okay. All right. It is now officially time to start our second roundtable discussion about ESG risk and climate change. Let's welcome Ms. Audrey Walls, Head of Distribution, Customer and Growth at Zurich Resilient Solutions, Mr. Rahul Singh, bestseller author and ESG advisor, and the moderator will be the pillar of success behind this conference, Dr. Nisha Kohli. Welcome to the stage.
Hello. Audible? Am I audible? Okay, great. Thank you. Welcome to this panel on ESG risks amid climate change and geopolitics. So in the current scenario, neither boards or management teams feel confident of their internal capabilities to interpret fast-moving geopolitical events or judge how they may impact their firms. So in the absence of this capability, it makes it impossible to consider effective methods of mitigation, geopolitics increasingly cuts across the ESG landscapes for corporates too. In the recent scenario, we have seen in the Ukraine and Russia war, how supply chains were impacted. We've also seen the ESG risks, coming from the climate change. In different parts of the world, the severe heat in Pakistan, in Delhi, in the month of May, and then the fires in Canada, in US, floods everywhere. So amid these climate changes, how are we going to manage those risks? So we have Audrey Walls here, who is from Zurich Resilience Solutions. And we have, when I met her, we had a great discussion about what their company is coming up with different products. And then, yeah, so there is a lot of innovation needed, even in the insurance sector. And that's why I invited her to discuss about how to manage ESG risks. So Audrey, my first question to you, how do you think the corporates think about their risk management, and how are they planning in the current scenario to tackle those risks?
Thank you very much for the invitation to come and speak. So far this morning, I've had some great conversations, and it's just inspiring to be amongst people that are also singing from the same song sheet and looking at themselves as stakeholders in their company and being ambassadors for the cause, which is very inspiring. Before I dive into that question, something that really resonated with me was a slide that Lynn Johnson popped up on her presentation, and it was the image of the globe and a baby in a nappy holding the weight of the globe. Now, as a parent, that really resonated with me, because one thing I think about is inheritance. And my husband and I are constantly worrying about our two children. We constantly worry, are we doing the best for them? What's their future going to be like? Are we saving enough money for them? Do they have the right education? And we go through this all the time, constantly worrying. But really, the best inheritance we can leave our children is how we impact our businesses and canvass our stakeholders within our businesses to think about climate change and the emerging risk landscape. So the area of business that I work within is called Zurich Resilience Solution. And as the name suggests, what we do is help companies and corporations build resilience into their business practices. Now, I'm lucky to work for a company like Zurich Insurance, because understanding the physics of risk is what we have done over the last 150 years. And I can say that we are experts in managing risk. We enjoy great results year after year because we understand the risk landscape and how it's accelerating. So what we're doing now is we're offering our products and services out to the wider market to help corporations and business think about the risk landscape, not just their physical risk exposure, but also right through to their transitional risks, looking at ERM and looking at ESG through a materiality lens, looking at how we can help risk engineer a company's business, giving companies the ability to look at their insured losses and indeed their uninsured losses, to identify gaps in their insurance buying. At the end of the day, we are faced with a perilous situation at the moment. Not only do we have an acceleration in climate change risks, but we also have new emerging risks such as pandemics, war, terrorism, and cyber. So really understanding risk is important today, and understanding how it impacts us individually and collectively, because systemic risk exposure and the vicarious involvement to supply chains or to our business relationships is incredibly important right now. So we can't just look at our insured loss, but also our uninsured loss and how we fit into a grander picture. Because of the overall climate change and different scenarios.
Sorry. Yeah. So agree to you, Audrey, that yes, climate change has increased the risk, and now even the regulators are asking companies to project their risk, particularly given the net zero alliances that countries and companies are entering into. And then they are setting their targets according to science-based targets, and then most of them are even like started following TCFD recommendations, for example. Now, in TCFD recommendations, companies have to basically assess and find the impact of their physical, acute risk, transition risk, and so on. So where do you see, now my next question is to Rahul, and Rahul is a wisdom activator. He's written like so many books, and he's currently writing a book on ESG and finance, right? And then Rahul has interviewed more than 500 people in this area. So he's he's a pot full of ESG knowledge. So let's ask him, how does he feel about the ESG risk and how are corporates tackling those and what are the responses?
Sure, thank you for that question. So you said pot full of wisdom. I'm not sure about that, but what I can do though is I can talk about the definition of sustainability. Now, UN defines sustainability as meeting the need of current generation without compromising the need of the future generations to meet their own needs, right? And we think of this as a modern day definition, modern concept. But if you go back to Isha Upanishad, which is a text from India, at least 5,000 year old, the very first shloka, the very first line of that text says, do not take more than you need, knowing fully well to whom it belongs. So this idea of sustainability, this idea of ESG, it's not a new concept. It's a centuries old concept. That's one. Second, when I talk to companies or number of people I've spoken to, they still view ESG as a risk, another risk that we need to mitigate. And I think that mindset has to change. So in my book, I talk about the ESG pyramid. So what I say is that at the very bottom of the pyramid, you of course have people who are oblivious to any kind of ESG vocabulary or ESG things that they should consider about. And beyond that, you get people who talk about ESG as a risk. And majority of the companies today fall in that bracket. It's good that they're thinking about ESG, they're thinking of it as a risk that they need to mitigate. But then you need to graduate from that. And there are some companies which graduate from there and they start looking at ESG as CSR 2.0. So they think, okay, now that I have made my profit, let me donate something, let me do something for planet, and that's my ESG strategy. No, that's not your ESG strategy. Again, let me just move on to the pyramid. The next thing I talk about in the pyramid is you need to look at ESG or climate change not just as a risk. We are in Singapore. Chinese is the majority language, right? And I've been told that the word crisis is both opportunity and danger. So yes, ESG, if you look at it from an environmental perspective, it is a danger, but it's a reality as well. We need to get used to this reality. So beyond CSR, beyond risk, you need to think of ESG itself as a business driver. When you bake it into your processes, that is what is needed. And then when you reach the very top of the pyramid, and I'm not sure how many companies are there, that's when you start looking at ESG as the right thing to do, regardless of whether it can help you mitigate risks or it can create a business opportunity. That's the right thing to do. So that's where we need to aim. A very long answer to your short question, but I hope that answers. Again, in terms of climate change as well, particularly, we need to understand double materiality. I think you will talk about it as well. It's companies which are impacting the environment, but the environment is also impacting the companies. So you have to look at it from both angles. What you will be asked, what are you doing to mitigate climate change? That's one. But B, what products and services you are creating because climate change is a reality. We can have this wishful thinking that the planet temperature is not going to rise, but that's not going to help.
I think there's 2 points that you made which are really important, and it's the language that we use around it when we discuss sustainability. I don't know about any of you, but I'm sick of hearing the word climate change, because for me, change has positive connotations. You know, you go on holiday because it's a change. A change is as good as a break. And then we are calling it climate change. For me, it's more like a climate crisis or indeed climate chaos.
Yes.
And I think what's really important is that we cannot do this individually. This has to be collective action. And therefore, building partnership ecosystems is incredibly important so that we can pull together data visibility. So from the industry that I'm from, we have huge data lakes of info built over many, many years that we can share. And I think what Dr. Nisha is doing with her company and her platform is incredibly worthy of praise, because what it's doing is connecting people together like this event today. And that's incredibly important as we look towards solutions and change.
Actually, when Rahul talked about double materiality, in the morning, even Esther talked about it, and Esther mentioned that no more Milton Friedman's theory is applicable. I agree. Milton Friedman theory said that businesses exist for financial profit, but then today, businesses should exist not only for financial profit, but the other things. You know, personally, my favorite framework out of all the frameworks that are available for ESG, I mean, ESG is a tool that, again, Arida mentioned, Lynn mentioned. Personally, I really like the framework of integrated reporting. So as Rahul said that, you know, the resources that are given to us are limited, right? So you just talked about it in the shloka. So I feel that, yes, we take the resources from the environment and all those like financial sources, manufactured capital, human capital, and we have to treat all those 6 capitals properly. I mean, the properly means that with proper strategies, risk management, and long-term view, finally giving out the output. So given that scenario, when we talk about the inner operations, like, you know, what do you think, other than the insurance solution or the resilience solutions, what do you think other actions should companies take to protect their climate, I would say climate crisis risks? Okay.
I think there has to be investment within the companies themselves. You know, it's when we look at ESG reporting, it's such a beast because there's so much information that has to come from different stakeholders within an organization. So I think companies really have to invest in staffing, whether that's within their legal departments or creating new positions, to bring in individuals that are able to champion it and dedicate time to it. I know within companies that I've worked for in the past, people tend to be double hatting when it comes to anything to do with sustainability. And I think proper investment has to come so that it is giving the platform and the attention that is needed. We're all busy at the end of the day. It has to be an important part of an organization and structured in such a fashion that it allows for proper time given to it.
Thank you. Now you talked about investments, and I agree that, you know, again, I'll go back to the point of net zero. When companies and countries have announced for their net zero commitments, there are 2 options that are available for them. In the long run, it's about carbon mitigation, which again requires investment. Without investment, carbon mitigation will not happen. And I'm talking about not just the financial investment, the time, resources, people, money, everything, right? So that is needed in terms of investment. But when it comes to carbon offsets, we have seen in the past that, you know, countries from the western parts of the world, they moved all their production to the eastern, I mean, the developing markets. So my next question to Rahul is about how does net zero increase or impact the geopolitical risks? And then it is like transfer of energy or responsibility from one country to another, or one part or one region to another. How does it impact?
Yeah, so before I answer that, there are only 2 countries in the world that do not have a target for net zero. And we are sitting in one of them. So Singapore doesn't have a dedicated timeline. What it says is the second half of this century. Every other country, China has 2060, India has 2070, every one of them has. Currently, there are only 2 countries which are net climate positive. That means they produce more, like we talk about neutrality, right? So Suriname and Bhutan, these are the only 2 countries. Now coming to your question, we, for the longest time, since I would say the Industrial Revolution 1.0, we are familiar with this concept of what I would say arbitrage. You get the raw material where it's cheapest to produce, to source, then you do some processing, and then you sell it to wherever you can get the maximum profit. What we are going to see is what I'm going to call as climate arbitrage. Companies are going to be sourcing or producing where it's cheapest for them to produce in terms of climate arbitrage. Now let's talk about the price of carbon. So the price of carbon in Europe is 90 euro. The same carbon trades for $50 in California. Singapore doesn't even have a carbon pricing, but they have a carbon tax of $5, right? Now that's an arbitrage. You can artificially put these things, but the planet doesn't care whether the carbon came from Singapore or it came from Denmark. So companies will be moving their operations to maximize this. And you read the annual report of any company, every company that I read is net zero. Best is what? They will offset, right? They will say we are offsetting somewhere in Indonesia, producing somewhere in Sweden. So these are real challenges. Audrey, you want to add?
Yeah, I think greenwashing is very prevalent and it's a real challenge. I think what encourages a company to develop a net zero strategy, if there's no government pressure, then potentially it's to mitigate against litigation or reputational damage. So at the moment we're in this evolutionary, evolving landscape where I think the possibilities for greater action will come once, you know, the lawyers get a hold of the landscape and there is more litigation.
Yeah, I agree. I think we are so passionate about this topic. If we keep on going, it will never end for us. And it has happened in the past when we started talking, we could not stop our discussions on this. I would like to summarize here that companies need to do their ESG and climate risk assessment. I mean, not ESG, but it's compliance risk assessment and the climate risk assessment, and do look for options and, you know, mitigation. So when it comes to mitigation, it starts with behavioral mindset, the changes, investment, commitment, putting in together people resources, and looking in for resilient solutions. So let's look forward to a better world with this kind of new mindset. In the morning, I talked about it's a day of recognition, it's a day of ignition and change. So let's take an oath to transform ourselves and to bring about this change. Thank you very much. Thank you, Rahul. Thanks, sir.
Thank you so much for that insightful discussion and sharing your realizations from each of your individual experiences. Our next roundtable is about corporate ESG disclosures, and it will be hosted by Guillaume Mascot, Head of Government Relations at APJ Nokia, Atul Gupta, former President of ICAI, and Sirtak Yeltikin, Founder Managing Director of Zingforce Ventures and Co-Founder Purpose Venture. The panel will be moderated by Dr. Nisha Kohli and Kala Subramaniam.
Sorry, the moderator will be Dr. Kala. A round of applause, please.
Can you hear me? Okay. Good morning, good afternoon. I think from the morning they have been talking about the climate change, the sweltering heat, and now let me cool down. Okay, so we are going to talk about the culture and the disclosure requirements. And welcome to all the panelists. Usually the corporation's objective is profit maximization, subject to the capacity constraints. However, there is a substantial variation in how these corporates compete and pursue in their profit maximization. Different corporations place more emphasis or less on the long-term versus short-term goals, care more or less about the impact of externalities from their operation onto the stakeholders and environment, focus more or less on the ethical grounds of decision, and place relatively more or less importance on shareholders compared to the other stakeholders. During the last few years, we have been seeing companies integrating into their business models and operation the social and the environmental policies. There are a lot of platforms and tools that we have witnessed and developed on the sustainability reporting. And one of the recent one is ISSB. And this is like, we are expecting to bring an uniformity and standardization on the reporting. And coming on this, my first question is to C. Atul Gupta, talking about the ISSB, whether it will be impactful and will this tool will help in building a culture of sustainability within an organization, and what progress we can see in the global front with ISSB being there now.
Thank you, Kalaji. And at the outset, my regards and gratitude to the Corp Stage for organizing this wonderful event and give us all the opportunity to join here. As Kalaji, you mentioned, so I will just go back to the history, or I will say the inception of this entire discussion, that 20 years back, even one of our panelists mentioned that the speaker mentioned that in 1995 when she started this whole discussion, so she was completely lonely. So earlier days, this concept of ESG vis-a-vis the sustainability was looked towards more the values as compared to the value. So I just touch upon the values vis-a-vis the value, because when you are looking only for the values, it's a moral value. So the organizations, the corporates were looking that, okay, it's not my job. It is the job of the government to take care of these environmental issues, climate issues. My job is to wealth maximization. So now we are discussing about the wealth maximization versus the responsibility towards the stakeholders or the shareholders. So now, because of the overall ecological, like the entire ecosystem and the regulatory landscape, we find that the investors, as one of our colleague discussed and deliberated, that now the investor has committed that they will be having the investments only in the organizations which are more environmental friendly. So there is a more the value perspective which is being looked into. Now, when you are looking for a disclosures, as you mentioned about the ISSB, before that, the different regulators, now whether it is a TCFD, whether it is a GRI, whether it is a BRSR in India or the New Zealand or the other countries, since the different regulators are looking for the disclosures by the corporates in terms of the value proposition, so there was a requirement of uniformity and the comparability of the data which the organizations are giving. Now, when you are looking for this comparability and the even, I will say, the reporting of the non-financial data into the financial information, because when we are looking for this greenhouse emissions and so on, these are the non-financial data which has to be reported in the financial to assess the comparison vis-a-vis the value proposition as being discussed in the earlier session, the materiality aspect. So here comes the ISSB, that is the International Sustainability Standard Board, well supported by this after the COP 26 and well supported by the IFAC, where I am the board member. That the aim is to bring the uniformity with a building block approach, that the various regulators, when they are looking for some kind of a data on the disclosure, there should be a, I will say, the merger of the non-financial data into the financial data. And by virtue of that, it will be more informed decision. The greenwashing, which we discussed in the earlier session, will be able to avoid, or I will say eliminate to the certain extent. And that is something the ISSB is for. ISSB will take time because you have the different benchmarks. In Europe, you have the different benchmarks for the emissions standard emissions. And if you will ask me, the Asian countries, the Asia and the US, so certainly you have to benchmark to make the things comparable. And here comes the role of the ISSB.
Thank you. Thank you, Atulji, that you well said, right? That's where the ISSB is going to help in standardize, especially when we have the different parameters across the region. And also one of the other point he said about the valuation. Yes, nowadays people look into invest in the companies where they have the good ESG practice, otherwise they may not. Thank you for that. My next question is to Mr. Sartaj. Whether corporate should focus, now he spoke about the culture, whether the corporate should focus building on organizational infrastructure that could foster a culture of sustainability within an organization, and which could also bring positive results with the employee company performance, sustainability performance, or the focus should be on the reporting requirements.
Okay, I mean, it sounds more like a $1 million question, so I'll try to answer it as concisely possible. I think it's not an or, it's an and. First of all, I totally think that disclosures, the reporting mechanism and having standards is going to force companies actually adhere to certain criteria and standards over time, and the harmonization of these standards across the border and across different industries would aid in companies to establish an organizational capability and hence the accountability to stick to certain sustainability criteria. So that's definitely needed in companies. When you look at companies, how do they function? They function around two matters. One is organizational capability, regulations, governance systems. So all that makes the company run, and that comes from all sorts of, industry rules and different types of criteria that they adhere to, whether it's financial or others. And the other part, what makes a company run is the way it builds its own culture. Now, the culture part is, I think, in sustainability is very, very important. Part of the reason that the culture part is important is how the company actually conveys authentically and in a very genuine manner its sustainability effort. Now, I've been in corporations the last 4 or 5 years. I've been dedicated to startups and impact investing, but prior to that experience, for 25 years, I spent in big multinationals and corporations. And I'm cynical enough to say that a lot of companies are there to make profit, and profit comes first. They will never give that up, even for the sake of sustainability in the long run. But over time, if it starts hurting their business, and if the clients start demanding certain sustainability measures, if regulators step in and demand certain measures from them, they adjust their expectations. And maybe that's what's been happening over the last 5 years. And I think it's going to happen in the next 10 years with Generation Z taking over as main segment of consumers. They will eventually, companies know that they have to move in that direction, because otherwise it's going to hurt. Now, so that culture is not a soft item. It's a very hard item. You have to build it within the company, saying that if you're not going to stick to those criteria, the sustainability criteria, you're going to get hurt. Your business is going to suffer. And that's when they take action. Okay. And I think, and it's very important for the leadership to pass that information on. The second thing, the companies usually work around incentives. People who work in the companies, what do they get paid for? What's their bonus is made up of? And believe me, up until a few years ago, sustainability was not even a criteria in the bonus schemes. I spent many, many years also in central headquarter functions such as HR. Sustainability was not even on the agenda in terms of the bonus criteria. Okay. It's getting there, but we're still far away from that. If people in executives, middle managers, and many people in the company, they are not incentivized to actually pay attention to sustainability, they will never pay attention to it. So culture for me is not a soft item. It's a very hard item that you have to build around certain rules, regulations, and also around what the environment is telling. The business environment is telling you. So if you don't go in a certain manner, you will lose clients. If you don't act in a certain manner, you will lose your incentive scheme, or you will make less money. This is what a lot of companies actually react to. We're still far away from that, but we're getting there.
Yeah, that's right. Likewise, you said, like, while profit is the objective of the company, but we need to build in this culture of sustainability. Now, I'm sure that's why the regulators all around have been working and encouraging the companies. And of course, important is the disclosure as well. And moving on to Mr. Guillaume, how do companies focus on better stakeholder engagement and longer time horizon?
Checking out the technology is not working right now. Yeah. So good afternoon. I'm Guillaume Masco, working for Nokia. I think we had very good already comment from the two previous speakers, and I really like Seta comment concerning the culture. And I think that's where we have to think about the stakeholder. Stakeholders are multidimensional right now. It's if you don't come with a holistic approach or to get with the stakeholders, you are in trouble, because especially if you think about ESG is so broad. You have to cover so many things. And as one of the speakers in the previous table, Mr. Singh said, you have to turn it up where it's not a risk, it's an opportunity. And you have to include that in the culture of the company. So as such, this is a whole activities that you need to think about, is integrity, it's energy usage in your product, in your activities, even the supplier behavior. And as you said, there are these cascading effect, this group effect. So if you are starting and trying to see that maybe you are pressured by your own customers, you will do the same with your own suppliers. So you will have a multiplier effect if you decided to take it very seriously. And as you said, very cynically, but that's the reality. If you are pressured by your customers, if you are pressured by the regulators, yes, you act. That's unfortunate. That's maybe the behavior of human behavior, but that's part of it. I mean, that's a collective action. If you are pushed, you will move. And if you change the culture internally to say, don't take it as a risk, but as an opportunity to have, I would say, forward-looking activities. So when you think about the stakeholders, yes, you've got this regulatory obligation, and that's, I think the regulatory stakeholder is very important, especially for a company like Nokia. So we've got the EU taxonomy that we have to comply. We have as well the US Frank Dodd Act, where on conflict mineral that we need to apply. and of course the 20th as we are on the stock exchange. So I would say that's one of the major mandatory part in terms of regulation that we need to apply. We see as well, for example, with this stakeholder, with this government stakeholder, that in some countries we have to have a human right due diligence, like in UK, Australia, and so on. And it's not a risk. We have to do that. We are a responsible company, and that should be part of our DNA. And then you got all these responsive standardization and framework like IFRS, Indian Global Compact. And of course, we've got all different stakeholders like the civil societies that are talking with us. So we have to ensure that we are following all the mandatory regulatory requirement, but we have as well to engage with the civil society and with a different group like the UN. So that's very important, even to listen to and to adapt on what we have to do. So in terms of stakeholder, you should get open. You should be really open with the outside world. On the other side, as it has been said, you have to think about your stakeholder internally. And I always think that, the first ambassador and the first that needs to do something in terms of ESG, and not about CSR, about ESG, as has been said, this is much more broad and deep, is our employee. And where you have, I would say, you need to have a strong corporate culture, like with the headquarters, etc. You need to ensure that it's not only top down. You need to have a bottom-up approach with your own employee. They need to feel empowered. If you don't do that, you will just like an internal email say, yeah, that's what we're doing, and just feel good. No, we need to ensure that every component of our companies, every stakeholders from the researcher to the administrative assistant, understand that they have a power to do something. And I would say I'm very proud to see that. We've got, I would say, a very strong corporate culture, but in the last, I would say, 4 years, we are starting to develop what we call like ESG ambassador in each country. And the aim is really to stimulate, and you have to apply, and you should not be there's no discrimination on what is your department, etc. Is how you can bring awareness, and you have to drive activities and put in place with the building owners or with the researcher a strong end-to-end activities and reporting, even at local level. And that's where we bring, we say, empowerment as well to the employee. And that for us is very, very important.
Thank you. You said like to have an ESG ambassador in all the country, and it's not only the top-down approach, but also the bottom approach. And you're also mentioning about the regulatory reporting. And going to see Atul Gupta, so he was also mentioning about the regulatory reporting and how you feel like it is challenging for the corporates on this ESG reporting and disclosures.
Thank you. As I mentioned in my reply, Kalaji, that in my this earlier first question, because when we are talking about the disclosure requirement, there are the multiple challenges are there, and that is something that we need to. The first one I mentioned that you have to report the non-financial data. Now the problem is that how to convert the non-financial data into the financial data is something is there. Number one. Number two, that you have the different requirements, the different benchmarks in the different countries, the different jurisdictions. The another problem that, say for example, you are a multinational, a multi-jurisdictional organization is there. Now you will have the different requirements at the different jurisdiction that you have to follow that particular regulatory requirement. In the another country you have to, and the different benchmarks are there. Then how you will be able to see the things. Number three is again the comparability, that how you will be able to compare the data of the different jurisdiction. Because of the different regulations, the different regulatory requirements are applicable. The next one is about the, I will say, the definition part, the data dictionary, that how you will define a particular achievement or a particular, I will say, the initiative taken by the organization is something is again a challenge. And the last one, I will say, yes, the larger organizations, like example, my colleague from Nokia or some other colleagues, they will be able to do because they have the enough resources available. But that's not the end of the road, because the 90%, say for example, in India, if you ask me that how many MSME vis-a-vis the large organizations are there, they are equally part of the entire ecosystems. They are all contributor to this climate change and all these things. But the access to the resources, the availability of all these things are 90% of them are MSMEs. So actually, whether you are going to take this disclosure requirements or the culture we are talking about to that level, or it is only that we are discussing in the boardrooms of the large organizations in the conference like this, where even they don't have the access available because they don't have the resources available to take that. So that's the, and I can speak on the various other challenges because I'm but aware about the time constraint. So we have to see the things holistically, as rightly being discussed by my two colleagues, that it has to be from a bottom-up approach, a inner self, that yes, I have to. It's not a moral value for the governments, the jurisdictional authorities, or by the, it has to be by everybody, that whatever we are doing. For example, I was just discussing with my few colleagues here. So we have the habit to have the visiting card printed, but now what is happening, that it is the QR code scanning.
Right.
So that's actually everyone, whatever we are doing, then only ultimately the purpose will be.
Yeah, and just Atulji, as you said, you listed out the challenges, right? And which you said, yes, that the values which you need to have, the culture in the company. And just on a quick thing, if you could, this ISSB, you could think like this could address all these challenges and could bring that uniformity in the disclosure.
Yes, that is exactly. And again, there is a challenge before the ISSB as well,
Sure.
because you have to cater the many jurisdictions, the regulatory requirement of the many jurisdictions, and then you have to summarize into a single standard. So it's a more challenging approach, and that's why I mentioned that the building block approach has been adopted by the ISSB in such a way that now we have the 2 exposure drafts, which is being released recently by the ISSB, that to see that how we have to build up the system itself. So the first challenge before the ISSB is to develop the thought process itself, that how we are going to merge all the disclosure requirements at the different standards are being there, the different expectations of the regulators is also there. So that's there, but I believe that maybe as being discussed in the board meeting of the IFAC as well, the next year, mid of the next year, we are expecting beginning of these standards coming, and I believe that will pave the way. But again, I mentioned you, it will be for the larger organizations, which are only the 10% of the entire ecosystem.
The rest MSME.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And going to Satas, what impact do mindsets and behavioral norms have on board and corporate sustainability?
Well, again, the behaviors, they change according to different stimuli that there's around. So especially in corporations, you have to put the infrastructure for that behavioral change to happen. And that would happen by not only telling people, oh, you should be aware of the environment, or you should have a high esteem of the ESG regulations, you should do this, you should do that. That behavioral change would not happen because they're required or forced or told to do it. It would only happen if the whole underpinnings of the company's working model changes around sustainability. So the behavioral change will come only if there are certain, as I was mentioning earlier, compensation schemes that incorporate sustainability. People are incentivized and disincentivized. For example, if you have a product manager who's pushing a product and device, coming up with a product that's pretty much does not incorporate some of the tenets of sustainability, then they should incentivize. And if that doesn't happen, then you're going to see very little behavioral change happen. So compensation schemes, career progression, do you make people who are abiding by certain universal values such as sustainability go up the ladder, or are you only making people who are extremely aggressive product managers, sellers, commercial managers, and not heeding of other issues such as important items such as ESG? Are you letting them go up the ladder? And these are all items that actually give them very much a clue about the cultural setting of a company. I mean, I really think that we have to get away from the cosmetic ESG talk and sustainability talk and move into an area where we can actually tangibly measure if there's any progress. And one other item that I just wanted to mention, that a lot of the ESG movement is associated with carbon emissions, decarbonization, and we've had, I think Raul was telling us about the arbitrage that companies do and all that. These are all very sort of quantitative methods to justify existence of ESG, but actually there are many, many other qualitative items that companies do not take care of. For example, if you look at some of the intersectional items that companies should bear in mind, how is my product, my service affecting certain populations, disadvantaged populations? Am I doing something actually to make sure that disadvantaged populations can flourish? How am I treating women? How am I treating a certain, for example, if you're in countries where there's an indigenous population, are you taking advantage of them or are you supporting them? All of these intersectional matters have to be included in sustainability assessments. It's not only about reporting, it's not only about disclosures, it's about how do you tangibly do it and really touch different segments and populations. So I think culture is, so the bottom line is that it's not something that you talk about, it's something that you actually implement and nourish through a number of tangible actions.
Yeah, it's well said. We have to move away from the cosmetic sustainability talk to the tangible measures. It's not about disclosure, it's not about reporting, but you actually get into the activities and see. And now to Guillaume. So you were in your earlier thing, we were talking about the stakeholder requirements, meeting all their requirements, and how meeting the other stakeholders' requirements come out at the cost of the shareholders' value?
I think one key thing is we really think that for the line between, I would say, just a purpose and profit are really disappearing, if I could say. And I really know what you said, that, yeah, we have to look even beyond environment. Is what's your view concerning the way of living together? What is your impact on the society? And I think for companies in general, if you don't have any purpose and just being driven by your own profit, I don't think that even the young generation will want to work for you. And that's where the innovation and the new ideas are coming from. So I think that we have to think beyond that. We have to think about, yeah, what we do for gender equality, what we do for the indigenous people where we're living, if we are having activities there, or is your technologies is using in some countries for good or bad. You need to ensure that there's no harm based on the technology use. And that's something that is very important for us. And of course, we have to understand that if you are not a conscious company, it doesn't work. So you need to understand the stakeholders. And we have a more and more conscious society. We have conscious investor. And yeah, you cannot just say, oh, I did a mistake. Sorry. No, you don't get away so easily in terms either on branding or communication, etc. If you don't have a purpose and being conscious about your impact, that's not going to work. Your immediate profit would be nothing compared to what you would lose in the future. So I really think that, yeah, there are some mandatory, there are some peer pressure, but that's just an opportunity. And I think for the society, for the young generation, we have to go beyond the simple profit. And just money for money doesn't go anywhere, especially on what we have seen and what has been said before. It's not climate change. We are in a climate crisis. We are sometimes even in a society crisis. And we have a duty to bring, I would say, some innovative ideas and see how we can work together. Okay. So yeah, we have to listen to stakeholders the most as we can.
Thank you. With that, we'd like to summarize on today's the panel discussion. So it is important to have the culture of sustainability and at the same time the disclosure. And we hope with the ISSB coming now, we hope for more uniformity and standardization in the reporting as well. And I would like to thank all the panelists for joining this session today. Have a good afternoon. Thank you. Thank you to everyone.
We are going to have lunch now, and the staff is going to lunch soon, and staff will set the table. And while the staff set the table, Dr. Nisha will share about this an initiative that's actually very close to our heart, because we planted fruit trees for everyone that participate here. Okay, Dr. Nisha.
While we lay out the tables for lunch, we are going to have a sitting lunch. And I request you all to keep seated while the staff will do the table layouts. Just want to announce that for this event, for every attendee, a tree was planted. And this tree was planted, and not just people who are attending the conference today, but also who are attending online, whether they're nominees or just virtual attendees. A tree was planted in the state of Arunachal Pradesh in India. And as we discussed about net zero, a conscious attempt was made to plant a tree in a developing market and in a state where poverty and the development is not there. Second thing, that this tree which was planted is a fruit tree. So either a lychee tree or apple tree, or those kind of trees were planted for every attendee, so that not only the climate action part of it, but also the human side of it. So we want to help the farmers. Everybody post the event will get a certificate also in the form of, I would say, NFTs. That certificate, you can use the QR code to see how your tree is growing. That tracking can be done for a period of 1 year.
For 1 year, you can track your tree, how is it growing and so on. And then all the produce from that tree will go to the farmer. So it will support his livelihood also. So with this small initiative, we are trying to reduce our carbon footprint of this event, but also support farmers and do some sustainable development. Thank you. Here's the video for you.
Hi. So that is, I think, very touching, to know that each of us actually has a tree planted on behalf of us, and maybe in 5-10 years time, we will have a field trip to visit our tree together. I think that'll be really nice. So if we can get settled. Okay, now we are going to welcome our guest of honor speaker, Ms. Tan Sri Dr. Rebecca Maria, Executive Director of APAC Secretariat. Thank you, Ms. Tan. Please welcome.
Don't worry about it. No worry about it. No worries. Yes, it's going to be a challenge speaking while you all are trying to have lunch, but nonetheless. Oh dear, poor thing. You can't have lunch till I'm done. So sorry. I'm so sorry. So ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I want to thank the organizers for this very kind invitation to share with you my thoughts on ESG from the perspective of an international economic organization. I'm the Executive Director of the Asia Pacific Economic Cooperation, or APEC, a forum of 21 economies. We don't call them countries, we call them economies around the Pacific Ocean. It is one of the largest and most prominent fora of its kind. For over 3 decades, our governments have engaged trade and economic policies, made shared commitments to better the region, and offered a platform for businesses to provide their valuable input. Members spearhead initiatives to progress our collective agenda. And this is true for all our work streams, especially our work on sustainability. So I'll give you more of this later. I know that at the summit, and I've sat in a couple of sessions, you have intense discussions on what is required of your corporations and you as leaders of corporations to ensure alignment with ESG requirements. For me, the question is, why should this matter? So here's what I intend to do. First, to highlight the need for a mindset change, and I think Nisha mentioned it. And second, to bring into focus one aspect of the work that we're doing in APAC to support ESG. And thirdly, the significance of ESG in international trade and investment agreements. Now, we have some lawyers in the room. This is important for the lawyers. Let me begin by sharing a couple of anecdotes. In 2014, Singapore passed a law requiring trucks entering the Republic from Malaysia to have reduced emissions, which means that they must use a cleaner form of petrol or diesel, which is Euro 5. Unfortunately, at that time, there was no supplier of such a grade of petrol or diesel in Malaysia. At a high-level policy meeting, when I made the case for Malaysia to fast-track the introduction of Euro 5 diesel and petrol, the oil companies were less than enthusiastic about it, pointing to the increased investment required. One chairman of a company said, "We can't do that. We have a responsibility to our shareholders." Whereas I retorted, "We all have a responsibility to our people, our stakeholders." Another example, there was an offshore development of artificial islands off the coast of a country. It involved reclamation works which impacted the coastal communities, and there was some reference to indigenous groups and those who are less fortunate. So this reclamation impacted the coastal communities, loss of livelihoods for sure. Apparently, the project had gone through the necessary environmental impact assessment. Unfortunately, the local communities were not consulted. There was no social impact assessment, and because it wasn't required. And of course, there were protests by the communities affected and a reputational impact on the corporation. The two examples I reference here are illustrative of the kind of mindset change required at both the corporate and policymaker levels if we are to progress in a world where environmental, social, and governance, or ESG, matters. Corporates must move away from aligning with the Friedman doctrine that was referenced also earlier of the primacy of stakeholder to the mindset and practice where the corporate purpose is not only about maximizing profits for shareholders, but also about benefit to stakeholders as well. And this includes employees, customers, and citizens. Business decisions can have a wider implication than just the bottom line. Yes, shareholder returns matters, but there is also the focus on transforming companies into purpose-driven and principle-driven organizations. I'm sure you have all heard about how the failure to identify and respond to human rights and environmental issues have led to loss of markets, production disruptions, investor divestment, negative publicity, reputational damage, and significant financial losses. Policymakers, on the other hand, must ensure that investment and business facilitation policies look beyond the top line numbers. So it's not just about gross fixed capital formation, which matters, of course, especially for developing economies in developing countries. Policymakers must consider the long-term impact of investments and business on the state and its peoples. Herein is the relevance of our gathering today. The ESG Summit and the GREED Awards provide the platform for corporates in the room to reflect on what it means to be purpose-driven and principle-driven organizations, and regulators and policymakers to support the drive towards increased sustainability. There are many varying definitions of sustainability, but in the 1987 Brundtland Commission report for the United Nations, we have a simple high-level definition of sustainability, and I really like it. It says, meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. This is the mindset shift required for meaningful implementation of ESG. Let me reiterate that business is not just about profits and shareholder return, and ESG is not about corporate social responsibility. Unfortunately, we keep hearing this. It is a whole of nation process about listening and considering how our actions impact our stakeholders. On to my second point. For us in APAC, sustainable development has been part of our mandate from the get-go. It is part of our DNA. In November 1993, it goes back that far, when the APAC economic leaders met for the first time at Blake Island, Seattle, they stated, our environment is improved as we protect the quality of our air, water, and green spaces, and manage our energy resources and renewable resources to ensure sustainable growth and provide a more secure future for our people. So ESG, as sustainability defined, is a first principles issue for APAC, and it is no coincidence that this year, Thailand, as host of APAC, has introduced as one of its core themes, the concept of the biocircular green economy, the entire thrust of which is to encourage members to efficiently use resources, maintain and restore ecosystems, and reduce waste to build sustainability-focused economies where people, businesses, and communities can thrive. In APAC, we have varied work streams, but implicit in all our work is good regulatory practice, good business conduct. Allow me to just focus on how we support ESG through our work on inclusive and sustainable economic growth, with special emphasis on women's economic empowerment and MSMEs, micro, small, and medium enterprises. We facilitate improvements and change through sharing of best practices, capacity building, technical cooperation, and dialogues with the business community. Let me elaborate on women's economic empowerment. Currently, we estimate about 600 million women work in the Asia-Pacific labor force, and over 60% are engaged in the formal sector. So you have like 40% that are in the informal sector. APEC members recognize that the full potential of women's contribution to the APEC Asia-Pacific economy remains untapped. The policy partnership on women and the economy was established in 2011 to advance economic integration of women in APEC. We address 5 pillars impacting women's economic empowerment: access to capital and assets, access to markets, skills, capacity building and health, leadership, voice and agency, and innovation and technology. We have the last arena roadmap for women and inclusive growth. This was endorsed in 2019, and it converts rhetoric into action. But for me, what gets measured gets done. And so APEC Secretariat's Policy Support Unit monitors members' economic implementation of the roadmap through what we call the Women and Economy dashboard. This serves to highlight areas where we're doing well and where more needs to be done. It's not quite a naming and shaming report card, but it does show us what more we need to do. And unfortunately for women in the Asia Pacific, it is in the area of voice and leadership that we really fall short. So this serves to hide this. To be sure, trade and investment policies may not be as gender neutral as we'd like to think. In our work on trade facilitation and structural reform, we ask that there be a focus on how rules and regulations impact women, whether it is access to capital, finance, as well as skills development. Sex disaggregated data is important, and this is also another area where we find really lacking in the region. In APEC, we stress that discussions on women and the economy, indigenous groups must be mainstreamed and incorporated in all our work streams. On small businesses, given the significant contribution of MSMEs to all our economies, we place a strong emphasis on ensuring that MSMEs benefit from the initiatives undertaken in APEC. The task is undertaken by the Small and Medium Enterprise Working Group, and included in the work is the APEC strategy for green, sustainability, and innovative SMEs to encourage member economies to create an enabling environment for MSMEs to engage in activities that will contribute towards achieving green and sustainable businesses. In addition, there are also capacity building and technical cooperation projects to support MSMEs participate in global and regional supply and value chains. A key outcome of the various initiatives is a body of research with practical recommendations that policymakers can take forward. So ladies and gentlemen, I just shared with you a slice of the work being done in APEC to promote sustainable development. My third point really is about, yes, APEC is non-binding, unlike ASEAN or the WTO. But the work that we do have found their way into important binding trade and investment agreements, such as the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership, or CPTPP. This agreement, which can be considered the gold standard in trade agreements, includes aspects of ESG, or what we call the next generation trade and investment issues. It has, for example, a labor chapter, which promotes compliance with and builds on internationally recognized labor rights, including freedom of association, collective bargaining, elimination of compulsory labor, abolition of child labor, elimination of discrimination in the respect of employment and occupation, especially when it concerns women, enhanced cooperation and consultation on labor issues, and effective implementation of those laws. It requires parties to have laws at the federal level of government to enshrine these rights, including laws governing acceptable conditions of work relating to minimum wage, hours of work, and occupational health and safety. The CPTPP also has an environment chapter, and this is rare for trade agreements. The previous trade agreements and investment agreements did not have an environment chapter with provisions for promoting effective enforcement of the parties' environmental laws. It requires the parties to commit to high standards of transparency and consultation with respect to environment laws. For your information, there are 250 multilateral environmental agreements dealing with various environmental issues, and these are already enforced. Of these, 15 have provisions with implications on trade. So ladies and gentlemen, the sheer volume of issues confronting our region and our world can be daunting. However, I believe that with challenges come opportunities to make significant and important changes in the way economies operate, to upend the status quo and put us on the pathway towards more environmentally sound and sustainable economic growth. In these, there is a role for multilateral institutions like APEC to help us confront these challenges in a coordinated, integrated, and cohesive manner. Sustainable and inclusive economic growth will always be core to our work. It bears repeating that our work must bring benefits to all our people and contribute to the preservation of our environment. We will continue to emphasize effective partnerships and cooperation in our region, including between public and private sectors, especially the business community, as well as other regional and key stakeholders. Let me end by congratulating the winners of the GREET Awards. I'm not sure if you're in the room, but if you are, congratulations. It is important that we recognize the work that you do and the impact that you are making on people and planet. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm very sorry to take you away from your lunch.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Now, please welcome our keynote guest speaker, Ms. Maria Pujotadik, the president of the IICA and the European Commission's ambassador for the European Climate Pact. Thank you.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, can you hear me well? Yeah. Dear ladies and gentlemen, first of all, bon appetit. I prepared for you one very nice story about collaboration, friendship, and teamwork. Hope it will be tasty and delicious as your food today, as your lunch today. So you will enjoy this story during your lunch. I'm so happy to be here today with you. Even I travel more than 24 hours to be here with you today. It is my, thank you. It is my great honor to be here today, and I would like to thank the organization board for inviting me and giving me opportunity to talk about ESG policy, also about our International Institute for Climate Action, regarding a new EU policy and legislative framework for implementing Paris Climate Change Agreement. I would like, for those who doesn't know who I am, I would like to present myself. My name is Maria Pujol. I'm international expert in climate change law and policy, but also international expert in ESG. I'm the president of International Institute for Climate Action, but also ambassador of European Union for one very important project, European Climate Pact. Also, I'm a negotiator for many COPs for Paris Agreement, Katowice, Madrid, Glasgow last year, but hope so also in Egypt this year. Today, I would like to present to you what we are doing and what we intend to do in our country, but also in the European Union in order to reduce CO2 emissions, and how and why the ESG has become the main tool for this purpose. My presentation will be divided into two parts. In the first part, I would like to present our association and how we create in public opinion and how we have had a great influence on the governance decisions. In the second part, I will talk about the new EU policy and legislative framework for the implementation of the Paris Climate Change Agreement in relation to ESG and what we are doing in this area. Also, a representative of one of our important members, the director of a SPAN company, will introduce herself and explain to you what they are doing regarding ESG. So thank you, Eva, to being here today with me. So you will have an example of good practice. I hope that this presentation will help some of you to find the best solution on the way to reducing CO2 emissions, which has to become our common goal. So let's start. Does it work? Yeah. You know everything about me, so I will move further. I would like to present our International Institute for Climate Action. We are the first association of experts in the field of climate change and policy in the Republic of Croatia, in EU. We are established 10 years ago, 2012, as the Croatian Association for Carbon Footprint Reduction. Can you imagine how does it sound, footprint? Nobody doesn't know what does it mean at that moment. You can imagine 10 years ago. In 2017, we changed the name in the International Institute for Climate Action. Then everybody knows what climate action means. Our goal is from the beginning is the same, to be a bridge between government and companies, businesses in sensitive environmental questions, climate change issues. Our common goal is to Europe, the first climate neutral continent by 2050. As you know, the whole Europe is very ambitious on this goal, because we just want to achieve our goal to be 55% cutting of CO2 emission until 2030 and be the first climate neutral economy until 2050. Our board members are respectable, highly educated, and internationally recognized experts from interdisciplinary areas: lawyers, engineers, chemists, economics, etc. Our partners are the most important institutions such as European Commission, AmCham, Croatian Employees Association, and the others. And membership, what is the most important? They are the most important companies in Croatia, such as Coca-Cola, Atlantic Group, IV, Ericsson, etc. As you can see here, our partners is European Commission too and AmCham, and these are our members. Our board members are the members of various committees in the area of climate change and the Ministry of Economy and Sustainable Development of Republic of Croatia. Also, they are members of the different committees in AmCham, ICC, Croatian Chamber of Commerce, and our board members are permanent lecturers at the Earth Summit in China, Beijing. That we are. We have a lot of friends all around the world, even in UNFCCC, and we negotiated for climate change for a long time. Change. Yes, our great success, as you can see, I'm sorry, I moved on. Yeah. Why it's not? Our board members were the member of the official negotiation team and delegation of Republic of Croatia for Paris Agreement, for Katowice, Madrid, and Glasgow. And our great success to achieve the goal to signing the Paris Agreement, we gave our efforts to this. With our domain knowledge and expertise, our board members actively participate in creation of strategic documentation in the area of climate change of Republic of Croatia, such as low carbon strategy, adaptation strategy, and climate change law, and many other different decisions and directives. So that's we are a good team, nice team. Let's say that the story about collaboration, friendship, and teamwork for a long time. But also at the end, but last but not least, in 2020, we have running the presidency of EU Council for 6 months. And this is important that we are driving 4 working groups in climate change: outreach, diplomacy, task force, EG-LEX, legislative group, and gender. And what we are doing now, those time through the ESG story. We are getting the very important education about ESG, that ESG education is made by 100 professors all over the world. Some of them are Nobel awarded. And we have now this education, which is very important. There's so many candidates from Croatia pass this education Eva, and me today here, who attend here, and can tell you that it is the most important thing when the people in your society doesn't know anything about ESG. I think the most important thing in each country is education. First of all, you have to pass the education to understand what does it really means. That's we are. And our goal is to improve business and to save the planet together. So let's do it together. Now I invite my Eva to present to you some example of good practice and what they are doing as a company in Croatia in the part of ESG. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. Dobar tek, that's bon appetit in Croatian. I'll try to be quick. Let's see, let's just skip. Okay. So while you're eating, you can read the numbers, but I'll just keep this as short as possible and just give you, first of all, thank you to everybody. Thank you, Maria. Thank you, Dr. Nisha, for inviting me. We traveled a really long way, but I think it's worth it. SPAN is an almost 30 years old company. Like every good IT story, we didn't start at the garage, but we started at the small shop as a Croatian-based platform integrator. Now we're doing IT support for enterprise companies for almost 1,200 globally. As you can see, basically doing cloud services, security services support, licensing and stuff like that. We are very happy and proud in our simplicity of the solution, as we call it, and basically the harmony of knowledge, technology, and experience. We have dedicated a team of experts and are driven to provide great solutions to our customers. This is just in a nutshell, as you can see, our key international clients. We're Microsoft Gold partner since we started. The numbers you see, we're a small group of people. We're just around 700, and I'm not talking in thousands. We're not even 1,000 employees, but we're doing, I think, great things, especially we're trying to do great things in ESG department. We have joined Zagreb Stock Exchange in 2021. So not only we have been accountable before, but now since we're an IPO company, we're accountable that much more to report on everything, including ESG. So on next slide, I think it will. Oh, sorry. No, this one. Yeah, so basically we published our first ESG report this year. So it's been surreal for Maria to invite me here. But as I hear you all speak and talk, I think we're almost 30 years in business. And as far as I see, we have been living sustainably long before this report. We just see that ESG reporting is basically to hold you accountable for everything you do. Since future of the humanity is digital, of course, as we all know, but development of the technology must not just serve, as you said, to provide profit, but to support and encourage sustainable development for societies, for communities, for your own employees, to all this to make sense. And of course, society and environmental protection. Even before ESG report that is based on Global Reporting Initiative, SPAN always believed in holding everything we do accountable. That's why we have ISO standards for almost 30 years. Last one is anti-corruption one.
that only 3 companies in Croatia have, including us. So it is a big deal for us. And I just wanted to mention what I see that a lot of you use quotes, and I really believe in strong quotes. You can see the one from James Collins. The challenge is not to build a company that's that can endure, but it's worth enduring. And I hope that the SPAN will show that it's the one that it's worth enduring. Next, we have responsible and sustainable. As you all mentioned here, the importance of including stakeholders is the necessity. It's not just to that we want to narrow how we see our company succeeding, but that we want to include our stakeholders to tell us what we are great at and what we can improve. So for our ESG report, we immediately wanted to do the things the right way. We included the stakeholders being investors, policymakers, NGOs, students, colleges, our own employees, our board members, our high management, so customers, partners, medias. So as you can see, the metrics here, we managed to comprise 18 topics that we all feel passionate about. And it was good to see that our stakeholders thought passionately about the same topics as we did, also recognized where we can do better, and acknowledged what we are doing so far good. And our policy at SPAN is not to only to ask, of course, what customers think. We do it on a yearly basis through our surveys, but we have something called Lifespan, which coincides with our name very, very nicely. But Lifespan is something that we are actually doing surveys with the employees for them to tell us how they're feeling, workplace satisfaction and stuff like that. So everything that we can improve for our employees, that we're doing that on a yearly basis as much as our customers and our stakeholders. For transparent, ethical, and efficient governance, as you can see, I mean, of course, every company has mission and vision. You can read it here. What we're especially proud of is our core values, that we actually did the whole exploration with our working groups to see what really are the base of SPAN core values. And we came to the conclusion of that everybody feels that competence, excellence, responsibility, and trust is something that SPAN really works towards, and it's embedded really in our work life, in our daily life. And we try to infuse it in our professional life as well. Why this is important? Because in ESG, as you said it, reputation is key. And with all this that you see, governance and code of business of conduct that everybody has, and anti-bribery and risk management, I think that the highest responsibility that we have is for people and planet and prosperity to infuse all this, not just into our employees, but board members and management to work sustainably, to recognize that it's our ethical and moral responsibility to contribute to make this count. So as you said, the reputation is key, because if you have good reputation, people are holding you accountable, and actually maybe you will be easier to forgive your errors. But we're trying not to do as many errors, so that we try to fit better into community. Especially here, I forgot to mention our management board is 4 members only, 4 male and 1 female. So we're trying to change that number as well. For technologies, services, and sustainable future, sorry. No.
Chhattisgarh. Lash.
Okay, I will. Yes, I think it's that. Okay. So basically, for our mission is to not just to deliver to our customers what their intended solutions are, but to create added value. We use technology, since we're an IT company, to improve your businesses, but we want to improve the quality of life to as many people as possible. Digitalization is the buzzword for many, many years now, but we're trying to focus now, especially I heard someone here say on a cybersecurity. So it's very important to put focus because we all know that downtime and cyber attacks, it's very risky, it's costly. So in last 2 or 3 years, SPAN is mostly focusing on that to make businesses more resilient and to have strength and capacity to be more resilient in these challenging times. For environmental impact, our targets, as you can see here, we also have ISO 14 and 50,000. Somebody also mentioned it before. We have those certificates to also hold us accountable for what we must improve. We're doing that for our water consumption, our use of paper, of toners, and just trying to educate our employees on what ESG is and try to increase awareness with our customers. How can the projects we do with them be more sustainable? Because I think I talked to somebody here already that just because we are IT company and we say, okay, we're going to put everything you have on a cloud, doesn't mean that we're helping the environment. We have to be very, very aware that whatever goes into the cloud, it's either Microsoft or Google or Amazon, that they're also contributing to high use of energy. So we need to be aware when we do projects that not only our awareness, but the awareness of our customers, since we're doing global solutions, that we are very aware of that and make the circular economy do a full circle. Sorry, okay. For people of SPAN, I will you can see here the numbers. We're trying to improve gender equality by not only raising a number of females at the board, but women in management, it really spiked in the last 3 years. So they're on a high positions every year. We create culture, our values. And we I've written here that it's not the people that are making the most important asset, but the right people, and that the companies do not generate the value, it's the professionals and their talent. So we try to groom people of SPAN and nurture their talent and groom in their investment and retain their talent. Salary is not, as we know, the only incentive, and lately it's not the most important one. So we try to focus with all these things here for employees to feel better about themselves through challenges. We have psychologists there help with mental health in case it's needed. We have challenges like Fit Happens for them to physically feel better. We have SPAN Ukraine that we during this war times really got involved for everybody to be safe, to feel safe, to come to Croatia if needed. So we really strongly feel about that people make the difference, the right people. So we do a lot of that to encourage. For the new beginnings, second chances, this is our CSR part of our ESG. I will just, as you see the few pictures, our focus, we always, I think it's because we're a small country, we've been a war country before, we kind of have an underdog mentality in SPAN, and we try to implement that underdog in our corporate social responsibility, because we focus on the primarily on the things that people do not focus and they don't think it's very attractive. We do the exact opposite. We try to support the challenges and people that do not have second chances, that are trying their best. So you can see here we have reforestation. I'm sorry, that's planting trees with drones. It's a little seed ball that goes in places where people cannot reach. So we were supporting that. It's a project called O2. We have educational home in Maliloshin. That's the children that were marginalized, that come from broken homes, that we're helping. We have our robotics team from Croatia that it's doing amazing work worldwide. And we have Department of Medical Rehabilitation Center that we supported with the robots that can reach to the children that they don't have money for their needs. So basically, also in sports, we're supporting softball in Croatia, that it's not that big. We're supporting our Croatian girl, her name is Anja. She comes from really, really tough upbringing, and she's doing amazing in rock climbing. So she's attending a worldwide championship this year in Texas. So we're just trying to achieve and helping the ones that need help the most. So that's from me. Thank you for your time. I think if I took too many minutes, hope to talk to you all later. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to once again thank you, our guest of honor, Tanshi Dr. Rebecca Stamaria. And I would like to thank Maria Pujatadek for being the sponsor for this lunch and being a keynote speaker today and letting us know about her work. Actually, the work that she does is really passionate, and it's really making a difference in the European region. And we expect that we will have her support even for Asia. So Maria, we look forward to your support for Asian countries here. Thank you very much for being part of this event and traveling for 24 hours and being with us today. Thank you very much. Thank you. I would like to also thank Iva for being here with us and giving us a very interesting overview of an IT company doing ESG, which normally companies do not, think about. How can we do ESG in IT companies? Because environmental impact or indicators there are lesser, as understood, as compared to other industries. So thank you very much for giving us that overview. I would like to now invite respected Shri Sanjay Shukla, sir. Sanjay Shukla, sir, is the Managing Director for Chhattisgarh Minor Forest Production. We have a full, I would say, interesting overview in the evening, but just to briefly introduce Chhattisgarh Minor Forest Products, they are doing a real great work in sustainable development with one federation supported by the state government of one of the state in India. It's called Chhattisgarh. With this federation is supporting women and simultaneously supporting multiple SDGs. So while I was going through their presentation, I was like, it was great, with great difficulty. I had to tell them that which SDG should you apply for. So it's like multiple SDGs. And I would like to now invite Mr. Shukla to please come and grace the occasion. Thank you.
Chhattisgarh, lush green forests. These forests are the basis of the life for the forest dwellers living here. Chhattisgarh MFP Federation, a cooperative organization of 13 lakh MFP collectors, mainly tribals, is established by Chhattisgarh MFP Federation. The federation is purchasing 65 minor forest produce valued at $20 million, collected by the forest dwellers by involving 4,000 women group, that is 40,000 women. The amount will be directly transferred to the bank account of collectors online. Federation established 139 Vandhan Vikas Kendras for processing and production herbal products, duly following good manufacturing practices. About 14,000 women manage these centers and produce 134 value-added products valued at $1.25 million. These products are centrally marketed with brand name Chhattisgarh Herbals. Immense potential to promote forest produce based livelihood, vast scope for partnership with research and development organization in product development, technology partners for value addition, marketing agencies for promoting sustainable wild products around globe, besides role of donors and startups. Chhattisgarh will act as platform for like-minded partnership in promoting forest and livelihood sustainability.
Thank you, Nisha, and the organizers for giving me to deliver a very short speech. Basically, as you see in our 2-minute presentation, we try to sum up the effort not by the state government or by any organization, but the effort made by 1.35 million tribal families of the state of Chhattisgarh, a central state of country, India. Dear fellow delegates, welcome and my heartfelt thanks to the organizers of the event for going beyond the standard approach to identifying industries and organizations for nominations and participation in such events. They have gone to the extent of identifying the grassroots level change makers. Climate change, its causes and prevention measures have been talked and discussed to exhaustion in recent years. There have been isolated measures taken by various governments, international organizations, United Nations, and even individuals. We often keep reading about them in the media and the internet. With due respect to all the efforts, we are not making such progress in saving our planet, largely due to the fact that isolated efforts are highly localized in impact and applicability. To the effective on a global scale, any initiative has to have the comprehensive approach, replicability, and as well as scalability. We need a window beyond the standard paradigm of ecological conservation, one that includes the economic prosperity of the community involved. I will just give a similarity between Singapore and our state. Singapore has a geographical area of 728 square kilometer with the greenest city, almost 50% green, say about 350 square kilometer of green area. Our state has 60,000 square kilometer of forest preserved by 15 million people who live in and around forest. 3 times the population, and 82 times the forest area, which is preserved by this almost 15 million population. Thinking of sustainability and mitigating climate change without thinking about these people who are living in and around forest, dependent on the forest, their economic conditions, we cannot achieve globally the sustainability and mitigating climate change. And that is an effort we are trying to make. Chhattisgarh Minor Forest Produce Cooperative Federation was brought into existence with the objective of creating sustainable livelihood for the forest dwellers from the non-timber forest produce, or now I will say minor forest produce. The organization was largely limited to procurement and trading of tendu leaves since inception. Over the last couple of years, we have been able to restructure the operation to focus on the other species, and this resulted in more than 1.35 million forest dwelling families as the cooperative members. This is one of the largest cooperative system in India after Amul and a few others, in which 0.6 millions are directly benefited from the employment generation. They are now engaged in collection, procurement, warehousing, and processing of 65 different species of minor forest produce. As one of the speakers, earlier speaker has said, the industries are trying to get the raw material the cheapest way. These women self-help group, a group of 75,000 women self-help group members, they see that the entire minor forest produce procured, they get the minimum support price, and that is how they are trying. The people are not exploited at the to that level. The conception, planning, and execution of Chhattisgarh model has yielded unprecedented tribal empowerment. To quote a few critical parameters of performance, in the last 4 years, 138 times increase in the procurement quantity, 60 times increase in the value of procured MFP, 6 times increase in the number of species, 3 times increase in the number of collectors, 3.5 times increase in the value of MFP based product. I would like to take the opportunity to introduce the Chhattisgarh model of sustainable development. This model is based on a strategic and comprehensive approach towards economic and social development through minor forest produce cooperation. It involves economic benefits for the forest dwellers, prevention of deforestation, ecological conservation, sustainable harvesting of forest resources to ensure sustained income to the future generation of the forest dwellers. Our approach has been to plan and execute on all the key operational criteria, ensuring sustainable development, from creating more than 4,000 collection centers operated by the women self-help group, effectively covering every forest dwelling community, to plan a hub and spoke model of warehousing to prevent deterioration of the procured minor forest produce, creating small scale processing units. We have 139 such centers run by the women self-help groups where they produce more than 150 products. 2 of the self-help groups representatives are here with you. The rest, they are all being seeing this, the entire process of today's, the entire prize giving, and the entire day has been live, being watched by the 75,000 women self-help group members in our state. We have arranged that they can listen, they can see their representative being felicitated at this venue. With our limited resources and out of box thinking, we have taken a strategic approach of aligning back-end supply chain using intensive training, use of IT to monitor performance on daily basis, allowing timely collection. We have fortified our logistics with additional 1.28 million metric tons of warehousing capacity. The capacity created used a hub and spoke model of optimism of logistics. We have also ensured the forward linkage to markets for the products manufactured by empaneling private distribution partners for domestic as well as international sales. We have partnered with National Commodity Exchange for higher value realization from trading of raw produce. To create a market demand for a long-term sustenance of this unit, we have aggressively marketing the products under the brand name of Chhattisgarh Herbals. We offer our customers purity, that is priceless, which translates to purity of the Chhattisgarh forest, as well as the priceless feeling of contributing to the forest conservation and development of the forest developing communities. That is our center to our heart. Besides employment generation, entire revenue generated from sales goes back to the cooperative members in various forms, as profit bonuses, as scholarships for their children, and as an insurance cover. We are dedicated to spreading smiles in the forest dwelling community of the state of Chhattisgarh. Today, there is a rapid evolving industry for processing of minor forest produce coming up in the state. In partnership with the Chhattisgarh State Industrial Development Corporation, We are developing 110 acres MFP-based industrial park. In last few months, our proactive approach towards attracting private industries in MFP processing has resulted in 6 industries in various stages of commissioning and with investment of 162 million US dollars. That is in a long way going to create a market for the forest produce, which will give sustainability and the for the procurement of the raw material. These industries will create demand for approximately 15,000 metric tons per annum of the forest produce, which will have direct impact on the earning potential of the forest dwelling communities. The employment generation and development of the upstream and downstream industry will have positive impact on the overall economy of the region. The Chhattisgarh model fulfills all the key criteria of comprehensive approach, replicability, as well as scalability. We have just begun our journey, and there are several areas of improvement that have been identified. Our technical and financial resources are limited, setting severe constraints for effective tackling the challenges ahead. I would appeal to this forum to help us generate financial and technical resources to meet our challenges. We are conceiving an international center of excellence for the minor forest produce, which can become focal point for the development of such sustainable development model across the globe. The Center of Excellence would help identify gaps and devise locally applicable solutions for the development of minor forest produce based economic model, which can customize for the benefit of the forest developing communities globally. Thank you all for your patience listening and to the organizers for providing us the opportunity. Special thank to Nisha ji for taking special care of our representative who have come down from the heart of our country, the tribal area of Bastar, from the Bastar community. 4 of our participants, she has taken personal care so that they don't feel aloof for taking care of their food. I must thank her personally. Thank you very much.
Hope everyone is enjoying their meals. And actually, I would like to add, for those vegetarian options, don't be shocked. Actually, the satay is made from mushroom. It's not from beef. And it's sponsored by Green Rebel. And thank you very much. So actually, Mr. Sanjay, thank you so much for actually coming, making time. And this is really a touching moment for us because this tribal woman is the first time they take the flight and the first time they come to overseas. And I hope you get a good experience. And I heard that in villages, they have been celebrating, and they're thinking far ahead. How can they give better education for their next generation and kids? And hopefully this is something that Corp Stage can spark more and more communities and more corporates. We can bridge the gap and then we can synergy to create better changes faster. All right, so we are going to start our round table. I'm really sorry if you have not finished your dessert, but so please welcome Ms. Dina Epifanova, Chief Sustainability of IFFCO, Mr. Harry Lee, founder of the Asia Circular Economy Association, Nicholas Defachel, Head of Green Solutions APAC at NG, and unfortunately, Dr. Pradeep Panigrahi is still on transit. His flight got delayed. So, we're really touched. So many people are flying in. Yeah. And so sorry for the delay as well. And the moderator will be Mr. Omer Mohammed Ahmed, Commercial Head of Shizen Energy Malaysia.
follow the sequence? You mentioned. Yes.
Okay, I hope you had a good lunch and enjoyed the delicious dishes that had been presented. And I'm glad that we could be, hope you can take some tea so we can follow up with this next session. I think it's really important that we all talk the same language and we speak in a similarly minded, like-minded way, how we can achieve decarbonization and save our planet as we move on. I'm Umar and I'm really honored to be sharing the stage with our honorable guest, Ms. Dina, Mr. Hari, and Mr. Nicholas as well. Today we will speak about how to achieve decarbonization with profitability. We can see now around the world there's commitments to decarbonize the global economy. And it's not only led by governments now, it's also by private companies and businesses. As the beginning of this year, around 80% of global economy has some sort of targets to reach net zero towards 2050 or even earlier dates. And this is more of many of the developed countries as well. The list of companies that's making climate commitments is growing larger and larger, and this is a good news for every one, I think, on this on this today on this summit. But targets that have seemed to be ambitious yesterday is no longer enough to achieve this net zero towards the end of 2050. Unfortunately, too many industrial companies today are underestimating the speed with which climate change is likely to occur. Now we are midway through 2022. Company leaders are facing a lot of new challenges: energy crisis, significant geopolitical uncertainty, strained supply chains, and let's not forget the pandemic is still with us, and the surge in inflation. So these multiple events might buoys many of the leaders in those companies to think climate change can wait, or climate change could be at a lower priority at this moment. But that would have a far-reaching and costly consequences. Despite the wave of net zero commitments for countries and companies around the globe, the pace of decarbonization progress to date is far off the required limits of warming to the 1.5 degrees Celsius that's set out in the Paris Agreement. Continued lack of action will only increase the scale of emissions reduction required down the road and raise the risk that some of the most dire impacts of global warming will become a reality. This year, companies face new urgency to rethink their climate initiatives and raise their ambitions, turning climate plans into concrete actions. Even if businesses understand the imperative act to act on the climate change, many find it difficult to know exactly what actions to prioritize or how to identify and seize new opportunities created by the global net zero push to achieve decarbonization with profitability. I'm really glad to have all our guests with us and would like to ask to start with Ms. Dina. What would you see the role of consumer appeal, brand and reputation in shaping the sustainability strategy for companies?
Thank you. This is a very valid and broad question. So let me try to sum up first on reputation, then on brand, and then on consumer appeal. So in terms of reputation, so it's twofold, right? If a company has a solid, robust reputation today, it's a great platform to start or accelerate sustainability journey. Same time, it's a major risk, right, for your reputation. And I think one of the speakers today has really covered that well, because there's always a question if something can be perceived or can be greenwashing, or this is a robust roadmap to real progress. This is the main thing to wrap up on this. On brands, what is important, many corporates, when they start the journey, when they are on their like first years of journey, they keep it as a corporate initiative. And this is, of course, good when you talk to financial institution, when you have your ESG reporting and work with your B2B customers and so on. But this is not enough, especially if you are a player in a consumer market or in food sector, as we are, as IFCO Group. So then, unless this is an integrated part of your brand journey, your brand positioning, your brand planning and communication, the pace will be really low. It will be a struggle over a sustainability team to try really integrate and start this transformational change that is needed. So this has to be part of every brand initiative, part of every brand positioning, so that it really gives, you know, additional incentive to the whole journey of a company. The last thing on consumer appeal, this is quite tricky. On the one hand, of course, whatever you do has to be really well perceived by consumers so that they vote for your product when, you know, shifting between the brands or shifting between your own options inside your portfolio. So of course you have to get really good consumer insights before you initiate, because consumer is your partner in the journey. If they don't vote for a more sustainable option, so it will not fly, let's say, right? On the other hand, it depends a lot on the markets you operate. When you are in Europe, before joining IFCO Group and being based now in Dubai, my previous 10 years were with Tetra Pak in European markets. So consumer demand is there, regulations are there, and it's just a license to operate, right? There are other markets like Middle East, yeah, and other markets somewhere in between, like Asia or Latin America and so on. So I believe that industry or business shouldn't really wait till consumer appeal, consumer demand is there, yeah, till there is a strong pull from consumer side, because these changes, landscape changes, they take decades. If you are really waiting for your consumer to demand what to do on sustainability, then it will take too long and you will be lagging behind later, and you will also lose on business competitiveness. So it is really important, I think, in markets where it's not a license to operate yet, to lead the agenda, to educate consumers, to get them on board and to raise their awareness. So it is much easier to progress when it's big corporates leading the agenda, even though nobody is asking yet, like in the Middle East, for example. So this is, in short, what I would say.
Definitely, this is very interesting to understand, because we can see that consumers are now making the decision more on conscious side regarding climate change and taking action for companies that actually promote the sustainability idea and work towards greener products, I would say. So it's very important that we understand this decarbonization and in general sustainability does drive demand, and it creates a new demand for companies that they can look into to cover some of the costs that might be associated with decarbonization. On this regards, I would like to talk to Mr. Nicholas on this on this part, actually, because usually you think about cost for decarbonization, and in general, how companies could achieve more profitability when you are trying to decarbonize. And there's two ways you can look at it, either in CapEx or OpEx sense, how you could make more operational excellence using different ways while you are decarbonizing, or how you could finance those activities with a low cost of capital. We understand there is this push towards decarbonizing and net zero in general, and that's now investors and capital markets are looking into this. So how can we finance this transition and look into new technologies that could help decarbonize more on that part?
Hi, talk to NG. Decarbonization, first, decarbonization and sustainability. When you talk about profitability, there's one thing that for sure will not work for you is if you communicate about sustainability and decarbonization and you don't do it, this is greenwashing. And when you are flag greenwashing, nobody wants your products anymore, or you're going to be blacklisted. So first of all, if we dare to go down that road, means corporate needs to have a strategy. When it comes to financing, because this one is very short, there's a lot of money. There's a lot of green money. There's a buzzword, which is decarbonization in net zero. So there's a lot of money willing to be invested. What we need to pay attention afterwards is money is going properly to projects. For example, we're working on carbon offsets. Carbon offsets means you invest in a green projects and then it's registered by an organization and you get offsets, and you can get those offsets credit to build your neutrality till whatever the time you decided or you committed to be neutral. But sometime, so it's easy to get the financing on those kind of projects because there's a lot of money on the market. The only problem is sometimes it's a scam. So sometimes it's a scam. You buy those offsets for those projects and then you try to use them for neutrality, and then you realize that at the end you are pointed out because you belong to the scam chain of everything. Just to come back on decarbonization. Decarbonization in general, you have to go for it. So you have your scope 1, your scope 2, and your scope 3. Your scope 3 is your suppliers. Let's talk that for later. Your scope 2 is regarding your energy, because energy is an energy company, so that's why. The scope 2, yes, the scope 2, you can go to renewable energy. So renewable energy means power. Renewable power, solar, wind, this is one angle. If you are to gas, maybe you switch gas to power first, then green power. When you cannot get away from gas, there are technology now that we and other companies are investing in greener gas. So it's too early to say there's going to be a big dream, which is green hydrogen, but people are looking at it. But they are methanation, they are carbon capture. They are massive, more in Europe, let's say, but they are massive project in carbon, let's say, carbon capture projects that are really working. And in terms of decarbonization, the first thing we all have to go is we were like one of the early players on the market to have a coal exit strategy. So it means that we need to get rid of coal. It's easier to say than to do. Some economies like India, where like 60-70% is coal generated, the shift is very difficult. But then in coal, you can greenify a little bit the coal with green ammonia, for example. You can encapsulate the carbon if you cannot get yet to go to greener fossil fuel. But then if you take a country like India, you realize that some coal is massively imported. So at the end, gas is massively imported also for India. So at the end, they are exposed to the market price. And look at the market price post-COVID and the war. The price of coal and price of gas are skyrocketing. So it's a big chance at the end for some economies to, and that's why the money is going to green, because at the end you localize the production of the energy, and then having solar and wind in your country or on a continent, you are not dependent on the market prices. That can be rocket science. And when you invest, when you want to commit on some long-term engagement, long-term green power, you go through what we call the PPA, the power purchase agreement. It means that you contract with somebody for green power for 10 years, 15 years, 20 years. and then you're not exposed anymore for the market. So once you know what is your cost or your lower cost of your energy, and it's already green, at the end, you know your cost. So you have to work around your cost structure with that. No need specifically to invest yourself in green power. People like us, the other company, we have capex. We put capex on the table. We have expertise to build from scratch: wind, offshore wind, onshore, offshore wind, solar, rooftop solar, batteries. We're implementing a battery in Australia, for example, to meet the solar, because when there's no sun, there's no renewable, or there's no wind, there's no renewable. But there are things to go for a full decarbonization on the energy. This is your scope 2. And then there's a scope 1. Scope 1 is your own carbon when you operate, meaning when you build, if you are like, I don't know, a steel company, the steel company itself, in the operations, you have to go through the full operational chain, to go through each sub processes to know when you can do better, when you can do different. And but we have NG Impact in our organization, but there's many also competitors or consulting companies that help you guys or companies to review the chain, to go through different stages of analysis, because the point is to see where is your carbon, how you generate carbon when you create your own products. So at the end, they are analyzing your value chain and your own value chain, and pointing where you have the most carbon generation and what can be the mitigant. So mitigant can be changing the way you do things, can be reorganize the chain, can be substitute of raw materials, of course, power. And then when it comes to scope 3, it's a bit more complex. When you come to scope 3, it means your supplier needs to be green, where you don't have too much leverage specifically on your supplier. But the magic of the ecosystem is, because I met some time ago, I met a rubber company. It was beside me. I said, hey, guy, how do you decarbonize? How do you go greener or more sustainable? You are rubber. So the first layer for them is child labor, first things, fine. After, it's all about energy. So going to greener energy. But I told him, I said, but if you go to greener energy, maybe it's more costly for you than your basic energy from coal or whatever. He says, yes, but maybe my sell price is higher. But I'm finding still my client. I'm meeting still my client, because if you want to sell to a rubber company, if you want to sell to Mercedes or BMW in Europe, they want green. If I'm not green, I'll no longer have a client. So I belong to the ecosystem. So at the end, big corporates like us, or like tire company, car manufacturing, they can still impose to their own supplier and help them. Sometimes it's more helping the supplier to go greener, because it's helped them to be greener. So when you are like a European American company and you go for your net zero decarbonization plan, you know that you have to work with the supplier, and the supplier know they have to work with you. And at the end, there's two angles. You do the decarbonization, and the goods you produce are more expensive, and is the end user, the consumer. That's why the strikes in Europe, because everything is much more expensive and the salary are not increasing. But sometimes you cannot push back that cost to the end user, or to the end user. So at the end, that's why you need to re-engineer your value chain, your own value chain, go through the process again, and then to reduce your cost. That's how you can go for your profitability. Your profitability come from reducing your cost, because along the chain, you lower your energy, you lower the waste, and you are also working around your branding, because if you go from your branding and you are sustainable and you actively go for decarbonization, talented people wants to go to this kind of company now. So at the end, either you have less turnover, more traction with talented, or sometimes even more better productivity in the company.
Definitely. That's actually painted the bigger picture, I would say, moving from scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3, and how companies can look at it as a whole ecosystem, And this actually leads me to the next question to Mr. Harry Lee here. We can see in order to decarbonize and shift from our current take, make, and waste model to a more circular economy towards 1.5 Celsius pathway, we need a radical transformation in how we use materials across value chains.
Yeah.
How do we make circular thinking central to decarbonization and the net zero agenda?
Okay, thank you. First of all, I would like to thank COPSTAGE to give me invitation to this seminar conference. So I think it's a critical time for all stakeholders to do more about sustainability. As you are now in these few weeks, you can see the effect of the extreme climate weather all over the world now at the same time. So let me give you some view about the question about probability on carbon and based on the circular economy, the view of circular economy. So as everyone knows, the main reason for the climate change is an ever increasing of the carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. Therefore, we can increase the amount of carbon dioxide, decrease the carbon dioxide. We need to slow down the rate. We need to slow down the carbon dioxide emission in the atmosphere. So the easiest way to achieve this is to not use fossil fuel. So coal, oil, and gas, and switch with renewables such as wind and solar power or other source of material that cannot emit carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, such as hydrogen to the atmosphere. So during our daily activities, such as transportations, air conditioning, like now we have air conditioning and cooking. Therefore, however, it's easier said than done because considering the recent development in Europe about the natural gas issues, so still we need to have a long way to go to scale up for the decarbonization. But however, even though we have done a very good job to replace fossil fuel with renewables, according to the research, we only decrease about half of the carbon in the atmosphere. So the other half of it needs to be processed by three factors. The one is the use of materials. So the design, we need to design better so that we can reuse the materials. And also when we manufacture the materials. And secondly, the land management of the land, such as regenerative farming and afforestation, things like that. So instead of putting the carbon dioxide up in the atmosphere, we can use this method to put those carbon dioxide in the ground or absorbed by the tree, so that we will not go to the atmosphere. And finally, some carbon storage issues. So a lot of people is already researching the way to facilities to keep and store carbon dioxide in the atmosphere for future use. So these are those methods we can decarbonize the atmosphere. So these are all the good ways to achieve decarbonizations. But how can we make it financially profitable? So for this half of decarbonization, we need to make use of the principles of the circular economies. There are three main principles of circular economy. So first, it should be on the screen, but I'll talk it out. So the first one is design out the waste and pollutions. So when we design the products, we need to consider about how to, at the end of the life cycle, how to treat the materials so that we don't let it go into the landfill and release the carbon. And secondly, keep the product in use. So there are not a lot of electronic products. But we can keep designing so that most of the component will continue to be used for quite a long time, to minimize the waste. Okay. Finally, regenerate the natural system. Like I said, the regenerative farming and also the afforestation. Other than regenerate the natural system, it will also minimize the carbon dioxide, the output. Okay, so this principle, so it's coincidentally it measures the condition mentioned, such as how to decarbonize. So we're keeping carbon from entering a hemisphere. So it in fact the principle of circular economy helps decarbonization. So other than minimize the cost of material, in circular economy, we need to minimize carbon emission from the supply chain. So there's a lot of mistakes. So we've invented a solution in some industries, and we solved the problem. No. Because a very good example is that in the textile industry, there's a lot of good ways to do regenerate to circular economy solutions, but the problem is they make the supply chain so long. So there may be some cities that are very good in doing a lot of circular economy solutions. So they flight the materials from one place to another, very long supply chain. So unfortunately, it will increase the carbon emissions due to the supply chain, but not the solution itself. This is one of the problems. So there are actually there are some main business models used for achieving a circular economy, such as product life extension, product as a service, sharing, supply chain, circular supply chain, and recoveries and recycling. So when choosing, if you want to choose this model to use, organizations need to analyze their current practice and principles to optimize the triple bottom line, as mentioned by other speakers, very important. Not just the financial benefit. The financial benefit is important, but we need also to consider the social and the environmental benefit. Okay, finally, even though with the help of the basic principle of circular economy, so industry can have a better chance of probability when using those business models and doing good jobs of analyzing their supply chain, value chain. So I find that there are still some factors that can increase the probability. So during this meeting, a lot of speakers already mentioned. So I just mentioned briefly, such as the first one is more important, is the system thinking. As I said in the textile industry, so the solution is important, but it's not the whole thing. We need to consider whole systems, the value chain, supply chain system. So also secondly, we need to collaborate with other industries, such as, because we cannot do it alone. Like this morning speaker said is, we cannot do it all by ourselves. So we need to find some partners to do this all together to minimize the effort. I mean, so that we can scale up more faster. So also application of the technologies, especially the IE 4.0, such as machine learning, AI, and I met recently in the booth about the blockchain. So these are very good solutions to help scale up and commercialize circular economy solution, and then you can minimize the cost, and therefore you can make more profit when you are doing the solutions. So okay, in conclusion, there's knowledge. We have the knowledge. We have all the knowledge. Now I'm confident that we have all the knowledge to provide such solutions about decarbonizing while making the profit. But we need to do it faster, with teamwork and more urgency in mind. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Harry. And it's really enlightening to hear all these ideas and how we can embed this thinking into our systems in order to achieve decarbonization. I think in order to summarize at the end, for all companies, now is a pivotal time. Given the time required to decarbonize end-to-end operations and supply chains, those that are not pushing aggressively are likely to fall dangerously behind. Those that do accelerate, their climate action will enjoy the flywheel effect at this point, with benefits such as an enhanced brand, as mentioned earlier, strong customer demand, and healthy market valuations. The bottom line here is now is likely the last time most companies will be able to seize on the climate opportunity. It's now climate opportunity, not climate risk. To capitalize on these opportunities, companies must make a fundamental shift to embed climate as a core KPI in their businesses. I come from Shizen Energy, and in Shizen, we are a purpose-driven company. Our main purpose that defines our existence is to take action for the blue planet. It's challenging, but we have to do it. We should always know that we don't own this planet. We don't own it. We are on lease from next generations. So let's please all take action to save our planet. And thank you very much. Thank you all for having me.
One last point. If you want sustainability long-term, decarbonization long-term is profit, let's put more power, let's put more women in power. We have this vision more than sometimes.
Definitely. Thank you very much. Thank you all for your time, and thank you for joining us on this session. And yeah, it's great to be on the stage same with you. Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Thank you for providing us some insight on ways to achieve decarbonization and how both consumers and businesses must be prepared for such transitions. Now we're going to talk about carbon credits. Carbon credits are a relatively recent phenomenon, and it's an incentive to encourage organizations to measure their carbon reductions. Our next roundtable is focused on carbon credits, where Ian Jones, founder of Carbon Asset Solutions, Sabrina Tushjan, VP of FinTech, HBAR, and it will be moderated by Vincent Choi, responsible of ecosystem development for Ithaca. They will discuss carbon offsets, taxes, trends, issues, and solutions. Whenever you all are ready, please begin.
So, yes, it's just you and me. It's a fireside chat, isn't it?
Lovely.
Dr. Nisha, do you want to join us?
Okay, so Vilma Matila, she actually got COVID. So last night she sent us a message, and Sabrina also is unwell. So sorry about those two, but I can join the panel. And
No problem. More than happy.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Is everyone still awake? Woo! Woo! Everyone's still awake? Very good. So we'll keep this light. We'll keep this. We have two great panelists with us, and we're going to be discussing carbon credits. It's not a new phenomenon, actually. It's been around. I think I worked on carbon credits since 2007, so it's been alive longer than maybe. I don't know. I'm guessing. So please do join us. Let's keep this light. Sorry, I might have COVID. No, just kidding. I'm tested negative. Let's keep this light. My name is Vincent. I'm from Attica. Basically, we are a platform, and I'll explain more about that in a while. With two great panelists with us. Thank you, Nisha, Dr. Nisha, for stepping up. And most importantly, we're here to answer all your questions about carbon credit. So if possible, we'd like to involve the audience as much as possible today. So without any further ado, I'm going to let Ian introduce himself, Dr. Nisha introduce herself, and then I'll introduce myself. Thank you. Ian, please. Oh, actually, sorry, ladies first. Dr. Nisha, please.
By the way, I don't need introduction. I've been talking since morning. So thank you very much. Actually, I do have something to share about carbon credit. That's why I offered to be, sitting here in the panel when the two other were absent. Yeah. So why I'm now talking is because I want to welcome Ian all the way from Australia to attend the conference. And we're really very, very, very thankful to him for coming here and letting us know about the amazing work that he's doing with carbon asset solutions. Over to you, Ian, please.
Thank you very much, Nisha and Vincent, and hello, everyone. My name is Ian Jones. I'm chair and co-founder of Carbon Asset Solutions. We're a fully integrated digital measurement, recording and precision supply chain for high integrity carbon credits into the emerging voluntary carbon markets. We've been told we are the first global precision MRV supply chain, and we're based on soil carbon sequestration, but we'll talk about that in a moment. My background has been building early stage technology and startup companies for over 35 years now. I've done more than 14 startups, taken several to IPOs and sold others off. Climate action is something that we started about 3.5 years ago, and it's something that we really feel we can make a global difference on.
Thank you, Ian. Thank you, Dr. Nisha. Myself, I'm Vincent. I represent Attica here today. Attica basically is a fundraising platform, basically leveraging the best of blockchain technology, cryptocurrencies, in order to channel financing as well as community engagement into the ESG space. We have quite a big team here today. I think Vino, Gane, and Juan. If any of you are interested to find out more, please do approach us. We're here now to talk about, personally, I've been involved in USAID, UKID back in 2007, where we organized seminars as well as workshops for project developers in Indonesia and Thailand to teach them how to write a business plan, teach them how to put together a financial statement, to access carbon credits, because a lot at that point, green financing is very new and none of them had any idea how to do it. So we see a lot of similarities between what's happening in the cryptocurrency world today and channeling that energy, that community energy into ESG space. And that's why we are here today. Thank you. I'm thanking myself. So it's not right? Okay, so let's move into the panel discussion. I think Ian has very, very interesting work in the measurement and verification space. This has been a big problem for carbon credits. Actually, how do you measure and then how do you create the audit? I still remember back in the days, we were paying $90,000 in audit fees to make $30,000 in carbon credits. That was the dark ages, really. And that was really why carbon credits failed in the first place. So maybe Ian can share a bit more about his expertise in this area and how it's going to help carbon credit markets in the future.
Yeah, thank you, Vincent. Just to give you a bit of background of sort of how this all came about. We're not experts in carbon credits or sustainability at all, but a group of us, all senior business leaders like myself, got together a little over 3.5 years ago and decided, how can we make a difference in the sustainability market and help channel capital towards sustainable projects? We had no idea how we were going to do it. We were just looking for various options and things like that. And we read 2 different reports, one of which said that almost 20% of global CO2 emissions are caused by agriculture, and in particular, farmers ploughing soils. And our first reaction was, what on earth is going on? Why isn't everybody talking about this when atmospheric carbon reduction is the big thing, and yet 20% of it is caused by farmers, and nobody knew about it, including us. And on the other hand, we read an IPCC report which said that soil carbon sequestration offered the fastest, highest volume and most cost-effective way of removing atmospheric carbon and putting it in the soil and locking it up. And we just couldn't reconcile the fact that, on the one hand, 20% was going up, and on the other hand, the experts were saying this was the best way of doing it. And nobody was doing anything about that. So we decided we'd zero in and we'd focus on that. We realized very early in the piece that it wasn't one problem. yes, there was the core of the problem was the lack of the ability or the scientific precision to measure carbon in the soil with sufficient accuracy to create a carbon credit that met the governance standards of the financial markets. So we had to solve the measurement problem first, and we scoured the world for precision measurement technology. We looked everywhere, and we finally found it buried in a little research environment in the bottom of the United States. And that research environment was co-owned by the US Department of Agriculture, and they'd been building this amazing precision technology for over 7 years, and everybody ignored them. This measures carbon in the soil at a molecular level with a degree of precision 10,000 times better than any other solution at a fraction of the cost, and produces the result instantly. It's an incredible game changer. We entered discussions with the US Department of Agriculture, and after 9 months, they granted us a global exclusive license to commercialize that technology. But as I said, we realized that there wasn't just one problem. We had to eliminate the greenwashing, the double accounting, and all that other stuff that went on. So we needed a very precision recording process. And we're working very closely with Microsoft on that, using a number of their Azure ledgers to get immutable, high integrity, and recording systems that can't be tampered with. So our measurement data is uploaded instantly from the field, captured in the cloud systems where it's written into the Azure ledger, which has got the immutability of the blockchain ledger, and there it stays. And then the third part of the problem, and this was as serious as the measurement side of it, and which Vincent alluded to, was the cost of auditing and verifying the carbon credits and the process on the way through. And there are a number of existing standards out there, which is kind of the globally accepted standards, simply because they've been around for 20 years. And they are so costly and so inefficient that almost every carbon project, particularly in soil carbon, was just non-viable. So we realized we had to solve this problem. And the way to do that was not to try and operate under the existing standards, which would just kill the whole thing, but to build a new ISO certified global standard. And that is what we've been doing under ISO 140642 and 140643. We've heard a lot about ISO standards today, but they are the governance framework that manages industry and projects globally. So for the past 18 months, we've been building, and I can tell you right now, if you want to go out and build a new ISO standard, it is serious hard work. We've been building a new global ISO standard. We're right at the end of that. We're just going through the final validation stages at this point in time. And because we've digitized the whole pathway, instead of these validation and verification projects taking 3 months, 4 months, 5 months, and costing tens of thousands of dollars, we want to pull it into a framework where the digital audit process can be done remotely at a desk within a couple of days for a couple of $1,000s. So we've built the whole system, we've integrated the whole thing in a new software architecture, and we're just starting to roll out commercially in the United States and Canada. So what our objective was to do was to connect the financial markets, the corporate markets who are looking for reliable supplies of high integrity carbon credits so they can transition to net zero carbon. At the moment, supplies of high integrity precision carbon credits are very hard to find, especially cost effective ones. So we want to connect that market, which is the demand market, with the supply market, which is agriculture, which needs capital to transition to sustainable farming practices so they can remove carbon from the atmosphere and bank it in the soil where it locks away and does good. So that's essentially what we do. We are a precision technology pipeline that connects financial markets to the sustainable markets. The demand market buys the carbon credits, the capital flows down to agriculture, which finances the transition to sustainable farming. It creates a whole range of SDG other benefits, which I'll go into a little bit further later on. And so that's a pathway that just moves capital down there, stimulates the carbon credits, removes carbon. So that's what we've built. It's taken us 2.5 years to build it, and we're just starting to roll out. we're starting to negotiate with some of the larger corporations and banks on the planet. We're working very closely with Microsoft on the build of a global cloud for sustainability platform. It's their initiative, but we're a key part of it. So our mission is to make a difference and become a precision example of a supply chain for carbon credits in the market that will allow a smooth transition towards a net zero economy as that emerges. So that's what we've been doing basically.
Wow, thank you. I think there's one question for Ian. Let's get the ball rolling. Let's move it on to the audience. Sir, could you please state your name, your organization, and I believe this is directed to Ian since he's just finished.
Yeah, thank you for allowing me to give the question. So my name is Sandeep. Ian, you spoke about an organization being created for offset of carbon credits. Now, prior to selling carbon credits or prior to creating this ecosystem, is it not important to develop first of a baseline of already existing carbon, which is in the system? Otherwise, people will regurgitate on the same carbon credits and say that yes, this has been newly generated for sale.
Yeah, thank you. That's a very good question. So the methodology framework or the global standard that we've built under the ISO standards has a whole range of rules and regulations as to how these projects are governed. So basically the way it works simply is if a farmer wants to become involved with our methodology, they meet the eligibility criteria. And there's no cost for a farmer to onboard. Again, a lot of these existing methodologies, it's really costly for farmers to go in. There's a cost for them to go into a methodology. They have to develop business plans and all this other stuff. Then they need to do one of those inaccurate measurements in their soil, and that can cost them $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 for a measurement that's not even accurate. So we go in and we say to a farmer, no cost to come on board into our program. You just have to agree to make some form of sustainable farming practice change. We then go out and we do a baseline measure on the farmer's property at our cost with our precision measurement. We give them a soil carbon map so they can see exactly where the carbon is in their property. They then go through their process of sustainable farming. We just monitor that remotely or through their rural advisor. And then we go back in roughly 2 years, we remeasure whatever is the increase, less the greenhouse gas emissions from conducting the project, like driving tractors and things like that, becomes a net carbon credit that is independently verified by an auditor, sold to the market. 60% of the revenue goes to the farmer. And so that's the process. So it's a simple process, but there's a whole lot of rules and regulations underneath the bonnet to make that happen, which are, again, all hardwired and automated into the software. So I hope that answers your question.
Thank you, Ian, and thank you for the question. First of all, remarkable work what you're doing. Thank you so much for sharing. I completely agree. I mean, right now, there's so much technology. Industry 4.0 sensors that connect wirelessly, can measure to the molecule, to the millimeter. But these technologies are not built into the frameworks, the methodologies that we're using. This is methodologies, frameworks developed that were cutting edge just 10 years ago and now too expensive, too onerous for anybody to use. So maybe from a food of thought perspective, from an industry perspective, how do we create a light environment that can onboard new technology that can then give more accurate results to form a living standard, as you will, to then push more funding towards the carbon credit space, and develop the industry in a much faster and more progressive way. I mean, this is all what disruption is about. Dr. Nisha, maybe you can share a bit, what are your thoughts on measurements and on verification?
So carbon asset solution is about agri and soil sequestration carbon credits. And the question which Sandeep asked was about, how do we reduce or how do we overcome the problem of duality, right? So double counting and so on. In carbon credits, the principles, there is one principle which is called additionality principle. So if something is already existing, you don't count that. And then
Based on that, on top of that, if you're improving, that is counted, and on that basis, the funding is given. Funding wise, the regulators or the standards, they say that unless you are adding or you are actually capturing the carbon in the soil, you cannot claim funding. So there in the past, I would say 2 decades ago, there was a carbon credit project which was evaluated. And then in that valuation, it was found out that the trees were already existing. But then there is no point, because additionality principle says that you cannot claim carbon credits on what is already existing. That's one thing. Now, the second part of your question that about measurement and so on. So as Ian also mentioned, that the current standards which are there, and I would say the regulatory standards, for example, CDM, etc., and gold standard or VERA, which are voluntary carbon standards, and they are actually increasing. I mean, the adoption of those standards are increasing, but again, the cost of adoption of those standards is very, very high. So if a farmer conducts the feasibility itself, the consultant will take a lot of money. And in fact, we are consultants. So for example, if we have to evaluate a carbon credit project, we say, oh, this will cost about thousands of dollars, right? But that's not practicable for people like farmers and people who are like doing work. So I just share a couple of examples which practically I've come across. So for example, there is a small a small team of people in Thailand. They are doing a biodiversity project. I so wanted them to be here to share about their story. They are doing such great work. A small 10-acre project, well maintained. They are doing SDG 4 as well, climate action, a lot of good work. They do real hardcore work. But then the project is so small that we cannot count carbon credit. It's very difficult. And the money that they will get out of that will be also very nominal. And the reason why they were not able to attend, because they were busy. Secondly, they said, oh, if we come, we need to come 2-3 people and we need to cover the cost. So it's that small scale they are, but they are doing such great work. So how do we compensate that? In the morning, I was talking about the Western and the Eastern part of the world when the production all happens here. I mean, the good part is enjoyed by the Western part, but the smoke and everything is borne by here. So, and the fuel consumption, I would say the cooking practices and the investment part, which Audrey mentioned that it is needed in this, the investment is lacking in Asia and in developing markets. So how do we attract more capital? This is, I see, when people talk about net zero, they have different viewpoints. They say net zero is not zero. So when it is not zero, it means that it is just an offset. If you're doing something bad, you're just overcoming it by paying it, right? So I do understand that carbon credits are not legit. I mean, they should not be, we should really try to mitigate, but then it's important for this part of the world, for the developing markets, important for farmers, important for people who are really doing great work, and not just carbon credit. Why not impact credit? That's where I think Ethica can help. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's get to top. Oh, is there any questions for Dr. Nisha before I? No? Great. So let's get to topic. I think we are talking about trends, issues, and solutions. And unfortunately, we are in a dire straits. Although I think carbon revenue increased to $84 billion, we're still only 4% of what is needed to meet Paris commitments. How do we, push more financing, more attention to our carbon and carbon credits market, direct carbon pricing mechanisms in order to grow this industry?
Yeah, good question. And I guess we sort of looked at this through a different lens several years ago when we came into this space with no prior knowledge, other than carbon has always been seen as a tax, and everybody wants to try and avoid a tax. So more effort went into avoiding carbon emissions by big corporations under the emissions trading schemes than actually doing something positive. We saw that the voluntary carbon markets were going to be a different thing. And as the world transitions to a net zero carbon economy, then carbon, to us, the logic was that over the last 150 years, we've been in an industrial age where carbon has been the value consideration, but that's been carbon as coal, oil, and gas. We're now emerging from that age into the net zero age, where carbon is still the value commodity, but it's carbon as a carbon credit, which is a digital commodity. And that can be owned, and because it's a digital asset or a commodity, it's a financial services asset that can be owned, it can be speculated with, it can be held as an investment, it's a liquid asset, all sorts of things. So it totally changes the dynamics and makes carbon in that world a financial investment asset. So how do we create a financial investment asset that the carbon markets are going to want? And what value add do we put with this financial asset? What else is important to corporations who are the ultimate buyers of this? And obviously, again, and the purpose of this conference is to deal with ESG, SDG criteria. And so we looked at that as well. And we thought, well, with carbon credits, we're focused really quite squarely on SDG 13, climate action, removing carbon from there and putting it down there and making sure it stays there. But with sustainable farming, it has a whole lot of what they call SDG co-benefits. When a farmer moves to sustainable farming practices, they get much better food security, much better crop yields, their emissions go down because they plough less, they do all this kind of stuff, water retention goes up, capital flows into rural and regional communities, which is going to be especially important in developing countries as that percolates in there. And we had an independent study done, and sustainable farming impacts directly on 9 of the 17 SDGs, indirectly on 6. So we have a really big positive SDG co-benefit. And so we're able to quantify that for each project that comes into our methodology. We can identify and have independently verified and validated the SDG benefits that are attached to that particular project. So those benefits then become stapled to the carbon credit commodity. And that creates further value up the supply chain, because corporations that are buying a carbon offset can reduce their emissions, but they are also buying SDG, ESG co-benefits that they can report to stakeholders. So there's a value add for that. So there's an investment consideration for them in terms of their social capital. But it also means it can flow back through the pipeline, because if a farmer is banking carbon in the soil and creating a capital asset with SDG benefits, then that is of interest to the loan and the risk providers to the farmers, because loan operators, which banks, are wanting to provide less risky capital and all that kind of stuff. So it's really about looking at carbon as an asset-based commodity, not as a punitive tax, and that is the key. And once that gets into the mindset of the corporate world, which it is now very much starting to do, then you will have demand and for carbon credits will increase significantly, and particularly for future carbon credits where they can get speculated against. So yeah, it's a whole different world that's emerging from what has happened before, is where it's going.
Thank you. Dr. Nisha, any words? Given we are quite short for time, maybe we can keep it within 2 to 3 minutes.
Just a quick one. I do believe that this market is evolving, and even like I've mentioned about 2 global agencies like Global Gold Standard and Vera, they are also coming up with the digital MRVs. And then a lot of this digital MRV system has been implemented by private companies. So in fact, CopStage also plans to do that in the second phase of our project. We plan to do this digital MRV in our system. So while we do corporate ESG management, which is like carbon accounting, carbon mitigation, along with that, we also enable carbon credit project creation with a similar system, because the principles followed are similar, right? Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please join me in thanking the panel. Thank you for being a wonderful audience. Ian and Dr. Nisha, thank you.
Thank you for moderating.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just some last words before I go. Fossil fuel subsidies receive what, $680 billion in subsidies from governments, and we are talking about trying to get more money here into carbon. Thank you.
Wow, what an energetic, I think all of us are not yet having carbon credit into our community, and I'm really excited to bring it next forward. So thank you very much, especially Mr. Vincent, for such an energetic panel. So now we are going to sustainable finance plays a key role to influence sustainable outcomes in the business sector. However, we must ensure that sustainable investment deliver on their premises. Our sixth virtual roundtable is focused on discussing whether ESG is a bubble or a pillar for our future. This discussion will actually be moderated by Wan Farah Ayu, co-founder of Consum Ventures and WBAF senator, and she's also part of our Corp Stage ESG team. And speaking in the panel will be Dr. Rene Schmidt-Peter, Sustainable Management Professor at the International University, Ms. Martina McPherson, President of Network for Sustainable Finance Market, and Mr. Henry Wang, international author, speaker, and advisor. Wan Farah, please take.
Thank you so much, Michelle, for that kind introduction. Welcome everybody to Roundtable 6, where we'll be discussing on sustainable finance. So nowadays we see more investors giving more weightage to investments that are ESG inclined. And today with me, I have a distinguished panel of
Sarah,
speakers.
please wait. We cannot hear you. So just a second, please. Yeah.
Okay.
Hold on, please.
Recording in progress.
Okay, you can try.
Okay, is it okay now? Thank you. Thank you so much, everybody. Welcome to Roundtable 6, where we will be discussing about sustainable finance, and the main topic will be myths and concerns regarding ESG investing. With me today, I have Mr. Henry Wang, Professor Dr. Rene Schmidt-Peter, and also we're waiting for Mr. Martina McPherson. Thank you, Michelle, for that brief introduction on our panel speakers, but I believe they deserve a little bit more background on their illustrious careers being related to sustainable finance and also ESG. So Mr. Henry Huang, he is an international advisor and director, author and speaker with plus 40 years of experience on China, Middle East, Asia, and EU. Mr. Wang is a president of GATE International and director of companies, a fellow of RSA, FRSA, and Institute of Chemical Engineers of PChemE, and he was a director and executive advisor at SABIC Riyadh and a former Shell director in China. I think it's imperative to also note that Mr. Wang was the vice chairman of OECD BIAC Environment and Energy Committee and a member of China Carbon Forum Advisory Board. He was the past vice president for British and EU Chambers of Commerce in China. Thank you, Mr. Wang, for your presence today. And there we have also Professor Rene Schmidt-Peter from IUBH International Hochschule. I don't know whether I'm pronouncing it right, but yes, Professor. And you're also connected to Forschung Professor Berne Fachhochschule BFH. So Professor is actually a research professor at the Berne Fachhochschule BFH. For more, okay, Professor also have 20 years in socially integrating relevant topics in business administration, is a member of various think tanks and international networks and scientific solutions. And Professor has published over 150 publications, regular speaker at management events and congresses, works closely with companies on sustainable transformation of business models, strategies, and management tools. Thank you, distinguished panel speakers, for your presence today. And going straight forward to our point of discussion, does ESG investing contribute to creating a sustainable future? And I would like to quote actually on OECD what they have mentioned on their website. Environmental, social, and governance ESG products are increasingly being used as a tool to assess the alignment of companies' targets and objectives with actions to support an orderly low carbon transition. So with that being said, I pass the floor to Mr. Henry Wang and then to Professor Renee to share your thoughts and insights on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that great introduction, and happy to be invited to speak to this and also to be jury to the GRID Award. I think ESG investing and green financing is rising in importance globally. It is an important area of growth in many OECD countries, plus also in many developing economies around the world. Let me give you some concrete examples that I was personally involved in. For example, in Hong Kong, we had just had one of the largest green bond issuance by the Hong Kong government to finance some green bond projects. In addition to that, the CEO of the Hong Kong Stock Exchange have just made an important global speech on investments globally. And he forecasted that ESG investment is growing and looking to 2050, when the world plans to achieve carbon neutrality in most countries. ESG investment could grow to be 1/3 of all global investments. So these are important growth areas. And I'm also honored to be invited by the G20 presidency of Indonesia to work on and advise on these areas. And really, in the work we've done in advising the G20 leaders, it is very important to continue the green investment and ESG investments so that the world can achieve carbon neutrality by 2050. And this will involve massive amount of green investment and ESG investments. And these needs all the countries to work together. And the commitments that are shown by the 200 countries plus that attended COP26 was encouraging, with some of the leading banks and leading companies committing to ESG investments and green investments. And there are, of course, still a lot of work to be done, and which we can talk more during this discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Wang. Over to you, Professor Dr. Renee.
Yeah, thank you. Hello to Singapore. I'm very happy to be here today. And I think Mr. Wang already said something very important. There's a lot of things we still can do. And if you look at the current ESG discussion, so I'm very happy that we are finally discussing those important issues in the financial community. It took us a long time because we could have done already 20 years earlier, but okay, it's now that we are discussing ESG. But I'm also discussing it with a lot of sustainability managers in different companies and firms, and also in investment communities here in Europe. And we are right about to say we need to go beyond ESG. ESG is good, but it will not be good enough in order to really overcome the challenges we right now have. Let me just explain this statement. If you look at the E, the environmental perspective, we are mostly talking about carbon and climate change, but we most of the time forget about many other very important and even more important issues like the decline of biodiversity, all the things related to food production, fertilizer, and so many other things like plastic production. So we really need now to open the scope when we talk about the E, not only talk about carbon, but really talk about a lot of other environmental issues we are facing right now. If it comes to the S, we are over most of the time not looking really much on the social dimension. And if you look to Europe and what's going on in the world right now, we are not only facing severe environmental problems, we are about to facing real social issues all over the world. So we really need to find a way how to really integrate the social dimension in our investment dimensions much more than in the past. And what's really intriguing to me is in the ESG discussion, the economic dimension is missing. There's no E for economics or for the financial perspective. And this already shows that the ESG still is not really integrated in economic thinking. It's still somehow a kind of a trade-off. Companies on the one side should make money, profit, but then they also are very heavily regulated by ESG measures. And the question is, are we not about to really rethink our economic paradigm? Is it not that in the future we need a much more integrative economic thinking? Because most of the things what happened in the past was not because we didn't have ESG, it was because we had wrong economic thinking. Look at the gas price, for example, now in Europe. For the last 10 years, we all thought gas is very cheap. We can have cheap energy for our industrial production. Now we found it out the hard way that the price was not right. The market did not provide the right prices. Why? Because nobody expected this kind of geopolitical crisis we are facing right now. If you now look to the past, the price for the gas for the last 10 years was much too cheap. So there's something wrong in our market measures right now. And that's why we need to really change the paradigm of economics and integrate social, environmental, but also financial dimensions in a more broader economic model. And that's what we are doing right now as scientists. We are really trying to overcome the old management models in order to really get a better base for the challenges of the future. And if you present this to companies, they are very much willing to go for it, because for them it's also a business opportunity, because we can show that companies who integrate social, environmental dimensions in their strategic decision makings are also financially better off. They make more profit, they are more agile, and they are also more resilient to the risks we are all facing. So to make it short, I think ESG is good. It's good that we came to the point talking about it, but it's still kind of in a bubble, and we really now have to integrate in mainstream economics. And I think that's the next step, and we have to do it fast because time is running. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor, for that very apt and direct input, and very also comprehensive at the same time. And so we will actually also discuss on our side. We have been implementing efforts to actually make ESG investing more sustainable in the long run. In fact, on my side, we actually work on representing the Center of Excellence in AI in Malaysia, and where we actually help to improve the processes in terms of the systems and operations to reduce wastages, to actually better the how do you say, the efficiency in the healthcare sector, to benefit the underserved communities, the B40s, where we actually improve the system for the dialysis machines. And another one is where we actually we actually help investments into plantations, where actually it's actually connected to the blockchain, and we actually tag the trees. So that's some of the examples where we tackle the E in the ESG, the environmental, and the S in the ESG. And Professor did bring out a very relevant point, where we actually also have to have a paradigm shift to make the finance much better, to make it sustainable, more sustainable going forward. And so we have here some common myths related to ESG, where I actually found out over the net that ESG, some people think that ESG comes at the cost of financial performance, and then KPI tracking is for impact funds. ESG is a PR strategy. ESG reporting is tedious and time consuming. ESG doesn't matter at the early stage, or ESG is investing at all about the VC's portfolio. So Mr. Wang and Professor, how do we actually address these myths going forward? We can start with Professor Mr. Henry Wang, and then Professor. Mr. Wang, you can unmute yourself, please.
Yeah, thank you, Vera. You brought up some very important and interesting points. In fact, we have just been discussing in the B20 task force that the G20 presidency of Indonesia is chairing and invited me to join. We are currently preparing our policy recommendation for the G20 leaders summit in Bali in end November. And it is very important that education is really a very important point. A lot of the things you talked about, the myths and misconceptions and comments are very widespread. And I hear this a lot in different meetings and international conferences that I'm invited to speak to. And I try to do my best to try to share with them the reality of the situation. And I think I with Professor Rene when he said that companies that adopt ESG practices and improve their environmental practices have actually been found to perform better than companies or international companies that do not adopt these ESG practices. This has been done by different surveys, by OECD, by B20, and also by leading universities around the world. So I think there's a lot of evidence out there which demonstrate that companies, when they put environment, social, and governance high up on their management agenda, then these will be helpful for improving the company standards as well as its performance. And a very important point that I heard this morning also from some of the speakers at this important conference, it's also make the company a more desirable company for customers and for future talents to work for. And these are very important things that a company that wants to operate on a sustainable basis and to have a sustainable future, they should think very carefully about these things. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you, Mr. Wang and Professor.
Yeah, I would like to agree to Mr. Wang that education is key. We have all this evidence and studies that there is no trade-off between sustainability and profitability. So it's still kind of an old thinking in our mind, and it was also in the old textbooks, in the old management textbooks. We somehow were taught that you can either have sustainability or profitability. You have to choose. But this choice is not real. Yeah, it's not a real choice because you cannot be profitable in the future without being sustainable. And of course, in order to be sustainable, you also have to be profitable. So this is kind of an integrated approach. And that's what I tried to say in the beginning. We really have to, on the one side, reinvent academia and education in this field. We have to bring forward that the business schools are really teaching this new kind of knowledge. Not all do, some do. The leading, as said, they already do teaching the new stuff. But we also have to be aware that over the last 20 years, we were teaching different models. And this is a big challenge now. There's hundreds of millions of managers who somehow are stuck in the old paradigm thinking, which they were taught 30, 20 years ago. And I think this is now the biggest challenge, as I see it, to bring this new knowledge to all the managers, to all businesses, to all companies, that there is no trade-off between profitability and sustainability. Quite the opposite. If you are integrating ESG, sustainability, and sustainable strategies to your company, you will be even more successful in the future, and not less. So most of the time, we are always thinking about bureaucratic rules and reporting and those kind of things. They are important, but that's not the core to it. The core is really to change the business models, the strategies, in order to be fit for the future. And I think once this is understood by the C-level, also by the middle managers, then the company really can transform itself and become even more profitable, more also fit for the future and also better in the market and also more attractive to the different stakeholders, as Mr. Wang said, to the employees, to the customers, to the financial investors, but also by the next generation, yeah, because the younger generation really wants to work for a company with a purpose, with positive impact, and they want to make real change when they are entering the business world. So there's a big change now coming from the next generation, and I'm very much hoping that the universities and all educational institutions will support this transformation.
Thank you, Professor. I love it when you say, in order to be sustainable, we have to be profitable. So we're looking at a wholesome kind of view. Yes. So, and our next point of discussion is regarding greenwashing, where companies portray themselves as doing more on making the ESG investments green and all that. But in fact, they're actually investing more into advertising and marketing. So it's more of the fronting kind of thing. So may I have your thoughts on this, Mr. Wang and then Professor?
Yeah, thanks, Farrell. Yeah, greenwashing is an important topic. This is, in fact, a lot of work have been done in this area by various international organizations. And this is a real risk. And therefore, I think it is very important that the work that was discussed in the COP26, when ISSB will be developing a international ESG standard which can help to harmonize the various approaches and improve transparencies around the world. This is very important. I think this is now becoming, like Professor Rene said, a very critical area for different companies. And many companies are very responsible, and they are pushing ahead with developing their ESG plans and developing good ESG reports. And we can see that these are actually effort well spent, because responsible investors and impact investors globally are taking these reports very seriously and analyzing and reading these reports in detail before they are then attending AGMs and posing very, very important questions to the top managements of some of the largest company in the world. And in fact, they have taken some of the largest company in the world to courts on their ESG plans and on their climate plans when they feel that these lack definition or lack ambition. So I think it is a very important area. It's certainly a very sensitive and area that is going on at the moment, greenwashing. But looking ahead, I hope that companies will realize this is actually ESG and green performance and achieving net zero is for their own good and will improve their own performance. So they don't have to resort to greenwashing or other underhanded techniques. They can just concentrate on improving their climate performance, their environmental performance, their ESG performance, and then they will enjoy the benefit of the improved results and improved performance. Then this will be a win-win solution for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Henry Wang. And Professor Dr. Rene, your thoughts on greenwashing, please.
Yeah, with greenwashing, actually, you're just losing time, yeah, because you're spending money on making PR or some nice brochure.
Oh, I think it's a bit frozen there. Some technical issue will come up, but it's okay. Can I get feedback from the audience that you're hearing as well, or is Dr. Rene is frozen?
Yeah, I think Dr. Rene is frozen, but we can continue till he comes back.
But it doesn't really change anything, and it's not transforming.
While waiting for Professor Dr. Rene to return,
Hello, sorry, yeah, sorry, we had that
Yes,
interruption. So, greenwashing
please
really
proceed.
help a lot because, as I said, it's not transforming the company. It doesn't make it fit for the future. So you rather should use the money to invest in real change and really develop a real sustainable strategy for your business. So I think the greenwashing thing, of course, it's still relevant. That some companies do it, but those companies will not survive. I'm sure about this because they are misspending their money.
Thank you, Professor. So the next point of discussion is on ESG ratings. Could the panel speakers share your experiences and insights on ESG rating, starting with Mr. Wang?
Yeah, ESG ratings are becoming very important. And there are different organizations and associations and companies which are offering these rating services. And these rating services are using different standards and could affect the standing or credit ratings or share prices of the companies that they are actually commenting on. So in our discussions, I think with the international organization, including the B20, I think it is very important that there are better harmonization of international standards, including ESG ratings. And therefore, I think it is as I've spoken before, I think it is a very positive outcome of COP26 in Glasgow in last November 2021, when the different countries, 200 odd countries got together with leading financial institutions, when they agreed to work together with the ISSB to develop international new harmonized standard ESG standards for across the world for different countries that could be applicable for different companies and for different ESG ratings. And these will be a very positive development globally. Thank you.
Professor Dr. Rene, what are your thoughts on how we can improve the ESG ratings, please?
I think the methodologies are very important. And as I was saying previously, sometimes we still are also in the ESG discussion stuck in the trade-off thinking. And therefore, I would recommend to also have a more co-evolutionary approach, which means that you should not have the possibility to choose being either more environmental, social, or more on the financial performance, but really to see it more integrative, that without an environmental performance, you also cannot be social and you are not economically successful. So really to focus on these interrelations of the different dimensions. Then I also would recommend, since we are now entering into a sustainable knowledge society, so we are passing the industrialized societies and go to a knowledge society, you should also integrate a fourth dimension of knowledge, which role knowledge plays for sustainability. This is, I think, undervalued right now because we are talking about artificial intelligence, digitization, and all those kind of big data, blockchains. And so we really need to also get this fourth dimension of knowledge more integrated into ESG. And the last thing really is that ESG as such needs to much more integrated into strategic management thinking, that really we should not have parallel worlds anymore. We should really make this kind of a mainstream thinking all over a management science and teach it in the business schools as this, how you think business in the future. And that brings me to the last point. We should not think management from the past anymore. We really should think the present from the future. So we should think, what do we need in order to survive on this planet? What kind of economy? That will be probably a circular economy. It will be decarbonized. It will be also biodiverse and also socially just. And we really need to then sketch what kind of roles does business play in order to get to this point. Yeah, so we should not only look, are we there already? we are not, of course, but how can the transformation path look like? And then ESG should not only be kind of looking on the status quo, it should really look on the transformation strategies of the companies. And this is, of course, the next step, to integrate the social dimension, to overcome the trade-off, to integrate it, make it mainstream thinking in strategic management, and also think more from a transformative perspective. How can we get from A, which is unsustainable, to B, being a sustainable company maybe in 20 years? Because that's what we are talking about. It will take 20, 30 years. It's a big challenge. And when I talk to CEOs, they tell me, if we start today, it takes us still 20 years to reinvest and build new machinery, new factories. So it's a marathon rather than a short sprint.
Wonderful insights of Professor Dr. Renee, and great sharing as well. So thank you so much, both of you, Mr. Henry Wang and Professor Dr. Renee, for the very apt insights into ESG investing. I will just do a little bit of summary of what you have mentioned. There's actually importance in the policy recommendation by Mr. Henry Wang. He's saying that a better harmonization of ESG ratings should take place. And also Mr. Wang mentioned about the future of work and education, the importance of education. And Professor Dr. Renee actually mentioned ESG should look at the transformation strategies of every companies. We have to rethink our paradigm of economic thinking to be having a more integrated approach, and it should be a co-evolutionary approach. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for your presence and sharing today. We look forward to having with the both of you again next year. Thank you. Thank you also to Corp Stage.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you very much.
Bye. Ratings to Singapore. Thank you. And to the rest of the world.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Enjoy.
Thank you for that insightful discussion on the possibilities of ESG and how we can expand our focuses to increase breadth and impact. Congratulations, you all have made it to the final roundtable discussion for today. Our last roundtable for today is about the evolving role of lawyers as changemakers in the ESG space, featuring Hanem Hanza, Regional Managing Partner at Zico Law Network, Mr. M. Ravi, Singaporean activist, lawyer, and writer, and Nicola Lowe, partner at Joseph Tan Jude Benny LLP. Moderator Katerina Galick is president and advisor at Zergotran. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can hear me well. Okay, so you probably seen me in the previous panel. This is happening when I get excited about a conference and the discussion and the panel. So I joined the panel before mine, but that's all great because I really look forward to this panel that we are having. I can see that the speakers are on the stage. And so welcome to the Roundtable 7, the new trends in ESG, and the highly interesting topic of the evolving role of lawyers as change makers in the ESG space. My name is Katerina Galic, and I'm the president of Zergotran US. And it is my pure pleasure to moderate this panel and lead such an important conversation. With me today on the panel, on the stage, are experts in their fields who joined us to share their insights and thoughts. So please welcome, and I'll say their name again, Ms. Hanem Hamza from Zico Law, a regional managing partner of the Zico Law Network. Mr. M. Ravi from M. Ravi Law, Singaporean lawyer, activist, and writer. And Ms. Nicola Lowe, partner at Joseph Tan Jude Benny LLP. Welcome all. So ESG is based on standards set by lawmakers, investors, and ESG reporting organizations on one side, and on the other side, there's the sustainability standards, which are more science-based and standardized. So let's have a discussion of how can we find out what is the balance between those two sides from legal perspective, And let's start with the first question. And please feel free to share your comments and thoughts wherever you see a fit. So I'd like to ask the first question, which is, what does it mean to be a lawyer in the sustainability practice?
Loud already, is it? Okay. Thank you for that. Thank you very much for having me, Doctor. I think this has been a very good conference so far. Lots of real great insights from different speakers. What the question is about what is it like to be a sustainable lawyer? There was a question, if I'm not mistaken. From the perspective of a law firm, partner and manager, I guess. When you look at sustainability, it's not exactly one practice group. So we look at sustainability in every single practice groups that we have. We have 300 lawyers across ASEAN, 100 partners. So we have the corporate M&A practice group where we want our lawyers to look at, when advising clients, they look at the due diligence in many levels. So you look at modern slavery, you look at supply chain, you look at different up the tree of the corporate shareholding, beneficial ownership. So it's beyond the usual M&A that you do due diligence for corporate M&A. So if you look at an employment lawyer, for example, one of our employment practice groups will then advise clients to look at the aspects of social justice. You look at aspects of gender parity, aspects of disability, and how your clients have whistleblowing provisions, anti-corruption training. So the sustainability aspects is across all threads of the legal practice in a law firm. I think that should be it. And it comes from the mindset. I think many speakers have already talked about mindset and the change and shift at looking at issues in a more long-term manner rather than short-term profitability. And we talk about multi-stakeholderism as well already, so I need not repeat that. I'll stop there and kind of get my colleagues' point of view as well.
My name is Ravi. I'm an international human rights lawyer. I've done a fair bit of human rights work in Singapore, ranging from LGBT rights, labor rights, taking the government to court several times, and the judicial review application and death penalty stuff, almost every executions. We are all involved in campaigning. Now, what I would like to preface in this discussion, and I'll be very straightforward here, is that what is lacking in ESG discussions that I've been seeing here, to a certain extent and elsewhere, is that the lack of the word human rights. In this whole discussion, and I will preface this in my response to some of the, to this question as well as other discussions, because I think that I would like to meaningfully bring this topic to the fore, is that ESG itself is over-corporatized. It's basically monopolized by corporate lawyers. And many of us are jumping into, and I'll be very candid with this, is because of money. It's very sexy. It's also, lucrative and so on and so forth. What we have missed out here is that at the core of ESG is actually human rights. It's about human rights in the business environment, isn't it? It's about environmental rights, which is non-human rights, which is social justice, social, it's a plethora of issues which you already know. And so it is very much, lawyers are pretty much very much involved in corporate governance and corporate work are involved in this, which is good, and everyone should be involved. But I think that there's a lot of non-inclusivity as far as human rights lawyers are concerned. In fact, my firm at M. Ravi Law, which is headquartered in Myanmar, I work with, in fact, in our team, we have a former MACC chairwoman who's into anti-corruption. From Malaysia, I have an environmental leading litigator who takes, like for example, she daily does work in Mekong dams, taking tasks, the corporate giants and so on. And then we have my colleagues in Myanmar who work with the people in the ground who have been affected by the investments because of the regime there previously and so on and so forth. Now, the reason why I'm saying this is that in this whole day of discussion, there was only one person who mentioned the word human rights, and that was only one word, which shows the depth of this focus, which is actually the guest of honor. And she, in her speech, mentioned about the importance of human rights and so on. Now, I personally feel that we need to have a robust engagement of human rights lawyers in a team I mean, I also have corporate lawyers in our team, but I think that in forums like this or in your work, I think that corporate lawyers should engage human rights lawyers to have a more qualitative understanding of your ESG metrics and so on and so forth. And you bring a richness of the work that they actually, instead of reading about impact investment and so on and so forth, actually daily what is happening on the ground, and they can give this balance. And finally, the point which I would like to drive is that we as lawyers ourselves need to actually look at ESG seriously first before we actually take this to our client. We have to review our own internal processes, internal policies. When we discuss and advise on supply chains, we are also part of the supply chain to a certain extent. So basically, those are my comments.
Yeah, thanks, Ravi. I think we've heard from like regional managing partner, and then we heard from someone who is owner of a law firm, and now you can hear from me. So I'm the head of regulatory and compliance department at my firm. So I'm just going to talk about what it means to me to be a lawyer in a sustainability practice from a practical perspective. So basically, what I have to do mainly is to advise on ESG related matters, and that's over the whole spectrum of environmental, social, and governance. So that would cover a lot of issues from anti-bribery and corruption, to do with the recently imposed carbon tax regulations in Singapore, to the focus on workplace health and safety, diversity and inclusion, and all the national and international regulations that may apply to a company that wish to operate here, for example. And this is different from what you hear a traditional, if I may use the term, traditional lawyer does, which is you either need to win the case or to push and fight for your client's interest and advance their interest over the other party in a negotiation or transaction. So it is a bit different to be a lawyer in a sustainability practice. And very often we need to work with third parties, and most of the time they are sustainability professionals. So take, for example, when I'm assisting a client in their sustainability reporting journey, we have to work with their consultants, whether it's their technical consultants or, or any other third party that they have chosen to engage. In order for us to do our part, which is mainly to advise on their exposure on greenwashing, where they have potential allegations made against them on greenwashing based on what they intend to state in their report, and whether they meet the reporting requirements that may be imposed on their company as a result of because of the industry they're in, for example, the financial industry of their listed company in Singapore. Yeah, and also one thing that strikes me as being a different as opposed to a lawyer in another practice is that a lawyer in a sustainability practice needs to have a very good understanding on a wide breadth of non-legal issues. So yeah, you know what carbon emissions is, everything that all our speakers have talked about today. We need to have a basic, very least a basic understanding of this. And every day we see new developments in the ESG space, new kind of technology, carbon capture one day, and then we read about some form of exchange traded fund, carbon exchange traded fund, and we have carbon exchange the day after. So we need to keep abreast of all this. Yeah.
Thank you all. It is very interesting to hear different perspectives, as all three of you have a different backgrounds. And so one is really personal, and I strongly believe that sustainability is a personal commitment first, and then the corporate. And so thinking about human rights, but also about a corporation. So my next question is related to the corporate a little bit, if you don't mind. So 80% of the C-suite leaders and investment professionals believe that, and they expect that the ESG program will actually increase the shareholders' value in the next 5 years or so. And as you know, in your current role, what is your belief based on the work that you do and understanding how corporates engage and really try to implement the ESGs? What do you think about that? Where is that going to head us?
Yeah, I think that report is very apt and true. I do believe so. You can see from the trends of the laws and regulations that's been passed For us, Ziklo, because we're in ASEAN, let me give you a flavor of what that is. In Malaysia, there's been 6 new acts that relate to the provision of increased value to society and community. So under the Companies Act, for example, so you're not just looking at short-term profitable gains. So therefore, when you say it's increasing shareholder value in 5 years, in that sense, it's the multi-stakeholderism that's increased in terms of the value of the enterprise. In the Philippines, there's also a takeover code that's been passed as requiring governance and reporting. Thailand, we've heard from Tanji Rebecca earlier in terms of the kind of circular economy and requirement. So laws and regulations are there in place to kind of propel companies to be compliant. But to the point of, I guess, in terms of rather than apart from the governance, you got to push from the regulator to get this done because it's a tick in the box or the greenwashing agenda. It also a requirement from the bottom up. I mean, the firm that I manage, we have very young lawyers who want more than just salary is one thing, but they want other things like education, a real good well-being. You look at the UN SDGs, right? Number 16 SDGs talk about promotion of peace, justice, and good institutions. So we are in that sphere. This is our role as lawyers, yes, to help advance the interests of legal rights of our clients, but to also help in social justice and other issues. So it's a wider ambit and sphere. So me looking at like a business owner as a law firm services provider as well, I believe that being holistic in the approach of ESG compliant within the firm will increase the value of my firm. So similarly for the client as well, I believe that yes, your statistics do tell true in terms of the journey ahead for our clients ahead. So yeah.
Yeah, I can kind of agree with you. I mean, whilst I'm even when I talk about human rights, I'm talking about both sides also. It's investors' rights as well. And of course, this observation is correct. About 83% of the suit leaders see that that the ESG programs will contribute to shareholder value. And I mean, the simple response that I have is that I think there's an increasing awareness of corporate citizenship. That corporate citizenship, people want to be part of this entire plethora of changes to be seeing good to society, whether it is linked to climate or whether it is, whether it is, I mean, the scope of people-oriented work and so on and so forth. So I think the notion of corporate citizenship itself is aligned towards the financial performance, and this is also translated in terms of the safety of workers, in terms of the organization placing emphasis on the safety of workers, and that will increase productivity invariably. And also financial packages are also tied to the executive committee as well. I mean, the executive management, and we have seen so many this what do you call FTST companies? Yeah. So they have also seen marked improvements in terms of the financial improvement as a result of this ESG programs.
To answer your question, my view is that there is a huge potential. And the reason why I use the word potential, I'll explain later, is because I feel that there's an existing limitation that we can work on. So yes, generally that, I think that ESG, the survey results are accurate in that ESG programs are like, the ESG program will contribute more shareholder value 5 years from today. And the reason why I say yes first is that it is undisputed that stakeholder scrutiny is growing, and the corporation is expected to show that they are starting on an ESG journey if they have not, and if they have, what efforts are being made, and then to disclose those efforts in terms and putting it and translating those into financials. It's no longer just putting figures across, and you have to get external assurance, substantiate them, and then translate them and integrate it into your financial report. So these are what stakeholders are demanding that corporations do. And this scrutiny is just going to increase as we see, based on the trends that we see. So we see investors are willing to pay a premium for companies with strong ESG performance over a company with basically a weaker ESG performance. And there's also the belief that strong ESG performance is associated with a high level of management quality. And all this suggests that investors and executives will incorporate ESG into their financial, strategic, and operational decisions, such as, for example, an assessment of the supply chain, just to give an example of the operational decisions. Yeah, and I say potential earlier because I feel that there's an existing huge existing limitation that we have to deal with, which is the lack of an established ESG reporting framework. I think this has been talked about so much today. I'm not going to go into details of it, or elaborate too much on it. But basically, we have, problems such as lack of available data, and when we have the data, whether they can be properly analyzed, and then lack of a consistent set of industry-specific metrics. And just to add to the fact that there's no standardized framework overall. And investors want ESG data that's standardized, something that can compare across companies, across industries, and as I said, numbers that integrated with financial data. So this is what's needed. But I think that we are on our way to address this limitation with the ISSB standards along the way, and we see, locally we have the Singapore taxonomy on its way, and the ASEAN taxonomy on the regional level, and then there's of course the EU taxonomy also. Yeah. So if we are able to address these limitations, then yes, I think more shareholder value in 5 years from today, definitely doable.
Definitely doable. Thank you so much. I think 3 of you confirmed and agreed that this is a really high percentage of the professionals who are expecting to see the shareholders' value being increased by the implementation of the ESG. We also know that it is very important to see the implementation of ESGs with the stakeholders as well, not just the shareholders, because there's a lot of requirement in the sustainable reporting as well. So a lot of companies are focused on making sure that they collaborate with another companies who are implementing sustainability in the right way, in a transparent way, so that their reporting is not, as we've heard on the previous panels, a shiny report, but they are actually showcasing the activities month to month that are representative, right way, how the sustainability has been implemented, and actually the focus of the whole organization. And so by working on a different projects, I myself have been working with different law firms, and even looking at the law firm being sustainable in the way how they function, they work with their lawyers, with their employees. And so in your own perspective, what do you think, how can law firms play a role within their, supporting the clients when it comes to sustainability, and how do you support your clients in their ESG implementation journey? Is there any specific maybe example that you would like to share, or maybe some insights from the previous work?
I think law firms need to walk the talk. So initially you need to look at internally first, your own policies and how, how sustainable they are within the firm. So for example, if it's a maternity leave, why do you still call it maternity leave? Why is it not a parental leave? And why, it doesn't have to be just the female that gets 4 months or 3 months, also the men, or even if you have rainbow families, or if you have surrogacy or IVF, everybody should have the right to parental leave. So those simple changes in policies, and to make it, like a fair play in terms of in the office. And the other thing, like well-being, it's a huge thing. Lawyers work too long hours, right? So it's important then to recognize switch off times, to recognize Zikolo, we're a signatory to this Mindful Business Charter, MBC, that was started by Lloyds, Barclays, Ashford, a couple of law firms in the UK, where we have 4 pillars, of respecting rest periods, smart emailing, mindful delegation, and I think I can't remember the fourth one now, but basically these are really simple pillars and we put in our signatory and we try to advocate it. Of course, when I first talk to my partners, they're like, oh, if we do this, we're going to lose our Chinese clients, number one, the first thing, because they call you, maybe we are, you know, they're very robust in the way they require response time. But then they were surprised. The partner then engaged with the general counsel and said, we are signatory of the MISI, this is what it means, and explain. And then now the client actually says, I'm so sorry to have to call you on a Sunday, but you know, actually there's a preface, or they're more mindful in when they want to ask for certain response time. So that's about, you know, walking the talk, top down, making sure that internally you also practice ESG, good ESG practices. And then to the client side, earlier I think Nicola talked about our duty to fight for the rights of our clients. But I think the way we approach transactions now, if we try to get into a particular deal in a win-win scenario, so both parties, you know, kind of find solutions that are more long-term, that can work. If it's a joint venture, for example, you want to make sure you don't negotiate too hard if it's not required. You want to make sure that you walk away from the table feeling that they've won, you know, everybody's won the game, and it's going to be a business that's more sustainable. You look at things in the shareholders agreement that could be poison pills, that could then, you know, kind of advocate against what will happen if this scenario, that scenario. You make it clear, transparent. You don't want egos in the table, in the meeting room. You want to try to find solutions that will work in the long term. So these are some of the little things that mindset change, and you train your lawyers as well to kind of think and find win-win scenarios for clients.
Great examples, thanks.
In addition to what my colleague have said, that basically, you know, there's a lot of this notion of this entire scope of, again, I back to this human rights due diligence, for example, which is coming mandatory in Europe, and then they have timelines. And our local companies who want to deal with, for example, European companies, and this is Southeast Asian companies, you know, some of them I advise, you know, why the human rights word, which is something that we got to comply with and stuff like that. So this whole human rights due diligence, which I try to use this opportunity to explain that, come on, you know, it is that 17 SDG goals, which all your countries, including whether it's Vietnam, China, and everyone is common. There's a common page that all of you are on, you know, and then it's just that Europe has caught up with it because of the leadership that's providing in terms of that climate mitigation. I mean, sorry, this whole this environmental concerns which is affecting the world, and no, it's basically also it takes a lot of our time actually to inform them and educate them that this human rights due diligence are going to be very, very crucial. So better buckle up. If not, you will lose investors, good investors. And that's so crucial that you have to deal with these issues. In fact, it is becoming more easier for me as a human rights lawyer as well, because of these due diligence practices, which are being becoming mandatory as well. And I have a regional firm in Thailand as well. And it's very interesting that the Thai government has taken the leadership in Southeast Asia, from I think it's Asia, that they are also implementing the human rights due diligence. I think it's going to become law by end of this year. And that again prepares the business community to a very vibrant exchange in Southeast Asia.
Thank you, Mr. Ram.
For me, in terms of supporting our clients in their ESG journey, my experience is that for most, or for many of the corporates, right, at the start of their journey, or even during their journey, the most daunting thing that they face, I mean, apart from the technical aspects of it, are the regulations. Because you're just not looking at what are the national regulations, you look at international laws that might have extraterritorial effect, you know, like your anti-bribery laws. Okay, then you have your industry guidelines, industry standards, then there are recommendations, best practices. So there's just so much of all this. So how we help them is really we walk that journey with them on their ESG journey, whether they are looking at a sustainable financing transaction or trying to meet reporting requirements of certain standards they are supposed to comply with. So we are there with them and we advise them accordingly to tell them what's applicable to them at this stage, and hearing about their plans or whether it's of expansions or to change jurisdictions, tell them what kind of laws and regulations, standards and guidelines that might be applicable to them in the near future, so that they can prepare their company to adapt to these changes. Yeah.
Thank you. This is a very interesting topic, and I love hearing from you different perspectives. I also know that we have to be respectful of the time of the conference. And so at this point, I would really love to thank you so much, Ms. Hamza, Mr. Ravi, Ms. Loy. It was a pleasure hearing your thoughts and perspective, and thank you for sharing your insights and experience with the companies you're part of and the companies you lead. And I think with this panel, we'd like to wrap up for the day sessions, and we'd like to invite everyone for a coffee break, networking, and collaborations. Don't forget to expand your network, connect, and if there's anything we can help, please let us know. So cheers, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Katerina.
Thank you, Katrina. Thank you. I just want to make a comment. Katerina is, I would say, a big contributor towards organizing this conference. While she's sitting away in Portugal, in Lisbon, she managed everything online and helped us to create this possible. So thanks a lot, Katrina. Thanks a lot. And the reason why she's not here is because of vaccination and travel restrictions, etc. in Singapore, which is like, we tried a lot. We tried for 1 month to get the permission for her, but unfortunately couldn't get it. So sorry, and thanks. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nisha. You know how much I wanted to be there, and I wanted to be, in my mind, I'm there with all of you. I miss you all a lot, but I can see that it's a wonderful conference. I'm so happy to sit from here that it looks great.
Thank you, Katharina. I'm just snatching the microphone away from Nisha for a bit, because I'm looking into the screen. I know we are live streaming. I think we have a group of friends sitting in China joining us today, live streaming. So they were texting me, where are you? I don't see you. So I'm here to say hello, Singapore, from Singapore to China, my friends, and thank you for joining us. Thank you.
So a lot of our friends from Hong Kong couldn't join us because of the quarantine rules. I'm so happy that Harry could make it because quarantine hotels were not available in Hong Kong. Yeah. So thank you very much, Hanem, Nicola, and Ravi for being here. Before we wrap up this day's session, I know we got, some of the speakers have already left, but we would like to appreciate and say thanks to all the speakers. Yeah, say thanks to all the speakers who were here and created an amazing discussion, I would say show and panels, and enlightened us with their thoughts. So please applaud them, and then we'll felicitate them. Thank you. Ravi, Mr. Ravi. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Nicholas. Thank you. We hope to see you tomorrow. Yeah, Vincent, please. Thank you. Thanks for excellent moderation today. Thank you. Maria. Thank you very much. Thank you. Sartaj.
Have we missed anyone? Do apologize. Rahul. Yes, very interesting. Thank you so much. Oh, Nisha, please. No, we haven't. Miss Tina. Mr. Omar. Iva.
Iva, please. Thank you. Yes. Mr. Shukla, please. I keep saying Dr. Shukla because my PhD guide was Dr. Shukla. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to resume the event in the evening at 6:30. But at the moment, we have some refreshment outside for coffee break, for networking. So please do stay with us for another hour, and we can resume for dinner at 6:30 at the same place. Thank you so much. And Mr. Ian Jones, of course. Thank you. Because some of you are outside, so
Mr. Tati, please.
they went out for coffee break. Thank you. Yes.